Okay. Pokemon Red, more of it. I didn't actually do as much grinding as I said I would last time because... Don't worry about where we stood. Because... we're at a pretty good set of levels as it is. And our Pokédex is currently at... that's the wrong button. I'm not using my controller today, so we're going to be a bit all over the place. Because we're at 27 owned... depending how well we do today, we can probably get to a point where I can just get the EXP ALL, and then I can just do the grinding off stream, and it's going to be so much easier. But that means we need to hit 50 Pokemon, or at least I need to hit 50 Pokemon somehow. Which is... I'm going to try to keep the evolutions on screen, which is also why our Red Alert Abra is level 15, not 16. But... yeah, I'll try to keep the evolutions on screen. But new Pokemon that we've ran into before, or evolved Pokemon we've seen before, they'll be done off screen. So basically, if it's entirely new, is what I guess I'm saying, then we will save it. Now, as for where I am, I have been doing testing. I can indeed trade Pokemon. It works. So, what we're going to do is we're going to level up this Abra, which I think is really close to leveling up anyway. 227. Yeah, it's going to be a few fights, but we can do it. We're going to level and then evolve the Abra, and then we're going to immediately trade evolve it for an Alakazam. And then we're going to trade it back, because we're going to keep my Pokemon. Because I'm fussy like that. Trying to think of whether... we're already here, we might as well do it here. But Cass, hello! Thank you for being able to drop by. Cass says they're vibing here on a 5-day streak. Let's give you a shout out while we wait for everything here to line up. It's been really weird playing blue alongside red. If only because I go into an area and I go, I need to be careful that there's a poison Pokemon here, like Ekans, and then actually no, it's Sandshrew. And then that sort of spirals. It might actually be worth going all the way around to Route 5. Pokemon there will be higher level. But I hope you're having a good weekend so far, Kaz. We're gonna have to sit here and wait for the snake to let go. Which, oh, I was going to say it might take a while, but here we go already. Now, as well as playing blue alongside this so we can get the version exclusive Pokemon for sure, I have also obtained a map. Not just any map. You know, we kind of already had a map, so... you know, why the fuss about having a map, Marwol? Well, this map shows every trainer and the... if you cast your mind back to the Mew thing we did last time, the memory access trick in order to make Mew appear as a random fight. I now have a map that shows every trainer in the game with all of their Pokemon that shows what Pokemon we would get if we do the trick. I'm not going to use it a lot. You're gonna be like level 12? 15, even better. I'm not going to use it a lot, because we could really break the flow of things doing that. For example, one of the Pokemon we will be doing it for is a Pokemon we would not ordinarily get until way later in the game. I'm gonna go with... Barry. But there are... let's see, we're gonna get... I'm actually gonna mention their names. We're gonna get Staryu, because we can do that literally just before Misty. And then we're also going to, if I remember where I need to go correctly, we're also going to get Cubone. Now, there is an extension to this memory access violation trick you can do that involves two areas way later in the game, but we won't be seeing that this stream. We might not even see it next stream. But if you do the same sort of thing, where you've loaded in data, you go somewhere else, and then you use that data, you can fight a large selection of Pokemon you would not normally be able to fight. The key word is fight. You'd be able to catch them anyway, but we'll elaborate on that one more as we get there. Because it's basically a fusion of two different tricks. The first one being, I think it's called the missing note glitch, which involves that man in Viridian City that we didn't speak to. And then it also involves, well, yeah, the memory access violation trick. But the actual outcome of it is completely different, kind of, to what we did to get Mew. Because if it works correctly, we won't be loading just one Pokemon. But you'll see. As I say, that's not gonna happen this stream. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play that quickly to get through as many areas as I'd like. Red Alert is leveled up, which means I now need to do the really annoying getting everything ready. And now we have a Kadabra, who immediately learned Confusion. Now, I mentioned on the last stream... No, please, no. Make it an oddish so I can just confuse... Thank you. I mentioned on the last stream that if you evolve a Pokemon via Stone, they don't really learn any moves apart from maybe one. And I wasn't sure about trade evolutions. Turns out trade evolutions have no downside. There is no reason to not immediately trade out a Pokemon and then keep going. So we're going to just immediately go and trade this Abra into an Alakazam. I could do the same with Geodude when it turns into Graveler. But we'll kind of have to wait a little bit for that one, because I didn't level up the Geodude. Now I want to, but we're not quite in the right spot for it yet. Okay, I'm going to save here anyway. Now in theory I could just trade ourselves across, but I don't want to have anything like weird glitchy happen. So what we're instead going to do is trade with the blue version I have, which is going to be a little bit of work, because of the weird way this whole thing sort of runs itself. Basically, in order to trade, as far as I have found with what I'm using, in order to trade, I have to use a specific type of window, which then has its own save system. It won't load saves normally. I'm just sort of filling in time here while we do this. You're probably going to hear 2 instances of the audio, and I apologize greatly for that. It's going to get really confusing, believe me. Wait, hold on. Yeah, if I mute one, it mutes both. So you're going to hear the audio stacked up in a really weird way. Anyway, as far as I know, I can't run 2 separate instances of the... No, hold on, I might have actually muted it in one and not the other. I have. Anyway, you can't run just 2 instances. You have to run 1 instance of the software and then use a option in that to open a special second instance in order for it to correctly pair. But now if we go over here, we can apply here to open up a link. This will save the game. There's a few exploits you can do here, but there's no point for us doing it. And because we have the link, we can now do it in the other one. And now we can go to the trade center. And now I'm going to get very confused. So, welcome to trading. We are here, and you can see the other me is over here. It's like, what was that game? It Has My Face. So the way this works Is there anything else to interact with here apart from the 2 Game Boys on the table? I think they're supposed to be Game Boys anyway. Or just devices. The way this works is we go click this, and then I have to do the same. I have to mirror everything on the other thing at the same time. I can't have the same inputs on them because of the 2 different positions. So, here we have all of my Pokemon and all of my other Pokemon. Behold the teams. You also might be able to figure out the naming scheme for the people, but don't worry about that. Nicknames do not get shown until you've traded them, so don't worry, we're not going to see the names really either. But what we are going to do is trade a Kadabra for a Kadabra. And now I need to confirm it on both. There is, as I mentioned, there's a bit of an exploit or a trick you can try to do that involves timing and save data. If you power off the Game Boy at the right time during a trade, you will have sent your Pokemon, but not sent your Pokemon. So, for example, Marwol here, if we were trading, like, say, a Weedle for a Kadabra, we'd wait for the Weedle to go, we'd see the Kadabra was coming, we'd kill the connection at just the right point, and it would be a case of the Kadabra would still be on the other console and ours at the same time. And it would basically clone it or duplicate it. But we don't really need to do that because of how we're playing. So now what we need to do is... I could just trade the Graveler over so that way we don't need to level ours. Or trade ours eventually. But we'd still have to level up to a Graveler anyway. You know what, we'll get our own Golem at some point, it's fine. We just won't do that now. We need to trade this back, and then we need to go down here and trade this back. So that both people have their actual Pokemon. Marwol, why do you not want to keep the traded Pokemon? Very simple reason, my friend. Very simple. I need to also find a Pokemon to trade for that Sandshrew. How do I want to do that one? I don't think I'll worry too much about trading Pokemon across until we're near the end of the game, when we're doing more of the filling out the Pokédex sort of thing. But trade evolutions, we'll do those when we get them, because that's just trade in, trade out. Kinda like Rollin' by Limp Bizkit, but I guess also not like Limp Bizkit. So we're done with the trading, we can just go cancel. I think we now have to... This is where I'm a bit shaky. I think we now have to actually reset the console. Yes. And then I can just disconnect the other one. So now when we load back in, I'm going to speed this up a bit. We now have... in position 1. Nope. You think I'd be able to do the C's on a keyboard. We now have a Alakazam, which is the... I think it's the only... No, rephrase this. There is only one Pokemon in the game, the entire game, that can deal with an Alakazam easily, that isn't Alakazam. Actually, there might be 3 Pokemon. But one of them is the last legendary we will find in the game. I don't think there's a way to memory manipulate getting it early. Another one is one we'll find in the overworld, and the last one would be, I believe, only found in the you can't fight Pokemon but you can still catch them area. Now, I also didn't really elaborate on why I don't want to have a traded Pokemon with us. So, Pokemon above a certain level won't listen to you when they're traded. So, for example, I don't think it's the case here, but let's say the Alakazam was level 50, I would not be able to have that thing consistently take my input, like, hey, I want you to use Confusion, it could choose not to. If we have our own Pokemon, no such issue. Now, having said that, I'm pretty sure we're going to go back in here and just quickly change out the party a little bit. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that in Gen 1, traded Pokemon gain more experience than non-traded. I'm pretty sure it is a thing starting in Gen 2. I'm just not sure if it is a thing starting Gen 1. Which box are we on? Okay, go to box 12. We're going to deposit both of the Nidos. Both of the Nidos, who I stopped a level before they learn the only move they'll learn as King and Queen. I'm going to keep these as they are. And then we're going to do the memory access setup, and then we're going to get a Staryu. Now, I know I start a lot of things by saying now, but I want to give a quick shout out to Ghostly Critter for giving me a hand in getting this map. They've started playing Pokemon Legends of Arceus, or Pokemon Legends Arceus. That's actually one of the ones I definitely know nothing about. Let me go check my thing. Double check I am going to get exactly who I think I am. Yeah, okay, so if we... Right, cool. I want to make a little correction, by the way. I said last stream that the trainer that we avoided in the little area up here was the one that can give you Slowpoke. Was the one that gave you Mew. I was wrong. The trainer we fought with the level 17 Slowpoke, and it's the only Pokemon that they've got, that is the one that gives you Mew. But you need a different trainer than this one here in order to do that trick. But this is the soonest you can do it otherwise. So we're just going to put safety saves here. And then, the fun part is that I probably should have put Pikachu up front first anyway, but it doesn't matter. This lady by here is going to give me a Staryu. Sorry about that, one coughing fit later. Yeah. She is going to give us a Staryu, which is, I say, a Pokemon. There's a lot of Pokemon that I'd like to get early, just so that we don't have to worry about trying to find them later. Some of them are more difficult than others. The Staryu, not so much. It is really just a case of it will take a long time before we can find one ourselves. I'd rather get one, let's say, sooner rather than later. We probably won't use it until roughly when we would get it, but it gives us 30 Pokemon. Look at that sassy fish. Cass says, hell yeah, we love Ghostly Critter. Yeah, she really helped us. Sorry, I took a second there because the way that the font and the Pokemon sprite line up, I thought we had a giant T in the middle and we had, like, distorted text. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we can solo this with an Alakazam. We can. And we got the confusion. Go on, take yourself out and... oh, almost. I'll get into why Alakazam is so broken and so good soon. I mentioned it quickly earlier that, like, there's only, like, 1 or 3 Pokemon that could probably take this thing on. But... you might be able to figure it out by looking at the stats and how this fight just went. Back onto the whole, like, Staryu thing, though. I need to make sure I have Pokeballs. I got 20. So, as a quick refresher for the people who weren't here for last stream, and I'm going to make a short video for this, not like an actual, you know, YouTube short, but like a 2-minute long video to explain this and showcase it better, because it'll be more coherent. I'll write a script, everything else, blah, blah, blah. What we've done is we went to the guy that's over up here. We paused before he could scale this back. Start again. If a trainer is not facing your direction when you walk onto the screen, they have to spend 1 frame to turn and then do what they're going to do. Because the trainer that is on the route that's above us, to the left of the bridge, I can't go up there to show him right now because we've done the prep phase. Because he faces north, but starts facing south, if we walk on him onto the screen and pause the frame he appears and then teleport away, that area to my north, the one that's on Nugget Bridge, if I walk there, it is going to put me straight away into a fight because the game is currently set to put me into a fight. However, because we teleported away before the trainer could walk up to us, it hasn't loaded the trainer data for that fight. So, what we then do is we go fight a different trainer. We then either win or lose, it doesn't really matter as far as I can tell, against a specific Pokemon of that trainer's set. In this case, we've defeated the second trainer battle for Misty, the Goldeen, which is going to mean that when I walk north here, we will run into a Staryu. I'm going to unpause, and we are Staryu. As long as you have a trainer that can do this, that they must not be facing the direction you walk on from, they must have to turn. They must also have to walk up to you in order to do the trick. You can't do it with somebody who turns around right next to you. It has to be they have to walk up. And then you need teleport, fly, or an escape rope, but obviously escape rope only works in certain circumstances. As long as you have those 3 and you disappear before the trainer can reach you, you are then set to go to a different trainer, as I say, see or fight one specific Pokemon, and then you're good. Now the problem I have is I have a level 7 Staryu and I don't have any means to put that to sleep. And everyone I have here will kill that thing pretty quick, so we're going to just sort of save scum this one because we're already breaking a memory anyway. Why do I call this a memory access violation as well? It's a little bit of a nerdy explanation, but we'll go over that one again. There is an index with 160 entries into it. I want you to imagine just, you know, pages of a book, right? Now imagine if you flip through that book and stop on a random page, you get that Pokemon. That's effectively what we have here. The special stat, when it is loaded in through the trick that we've just done, is used as a page number reference. So, page 21 which is the special stat of the Shelder that's the last Pokemon used by the first trainer in Misty's gym, or the level 17 Slowpoke that's in the same area we're about to walk into. They both point to page 21, which is the Mew. There are also trainers and missing no glitch information data Pokemon on this list, which is why I wanted to get a map that showed who gives what where. That way we don't run the risk of destroying the entire game. But we have our own Staryu now. I'm gonna call it Patrick. I feel like it's a very obvious reason as to why we're calling it Patrick. Except now I can't remember if his... I think it's spelled like that. Now, there is another thing that can happen with the trick that we've just done. Which is that technically we have just done a type of fight where there should be someone, something in the overworld that is then removed after we do the trick. So it can remove items, it can remove people, it can remove a few things. I'm just curious a second, have I fought everyone here? I think I have. Except for the one that I did want to fight. Yeah, that one up there. So, if you're doing this trick and you don't have access, or you've already beaten Misty's gym, but you haven't come this way, this kid right here has a level 17 Slowpoke. You just need to find somebody else who isn't the guy we just used by Nugget Bridge to get the trick to work. You have not fought. You I have fought, I think? Yeah, so... as a quick rundown of Pokemon that we've... if we found somebody else to sort of act as the primer for this trick, if you come here and you have that other primer, which you could do by using Mount Moon or Viridian Forest, but that's a hell of a journey to walk. The list of Pokemon you can potentially get here if you do the memory trick is Cubone, Nidoqueen, Lapras, Mew, Gengar, Rhyhorn, no, Rhydon even, Scyther, and Nidoran female. There's quite a good spread of Pokemon there that could be used, or you could obtain via the trick, which is another reason why I don't want to particularly use it that often. We're only going to use it for Staryu and Cubone. Cubone we're not going to see for a while, but when I say a while, I don't mean like a few hours, as in we'll probably see it... What time are we at now? We'll probably see it before the next ad break. And then after that, we're not going to be doing the trick again this stream. The only caveat is, if somebody uses the... My voice is wrecking itself in real time, this is great. If somebody uses the Redeem and they want a Pokemon other than Mew, Mew is the only one I won't do again because that is limited by the trainers we have. If they redeem, say, Lapras, since that's one we mentioned, and I know we have someone coming up that we can use the trick on to get a Lapras, then I'll shortcut it that way. But otherwise, if we've seen it in the wild and we can get it in the wild, we will get it there and then instead. Let's actually make some progress. Let's go fight Misty. Which means I'm going to throw a car battery up front. So, Misty has a Staryu and a Staryu evolution for its Pokemon. By the way, since we're now at 30, there's a fun thing we can go get. We just can't get it quite yet. I think we need to go to the boat. Then we need to... What? By the way, we're skipping Surge. We're not doing Surge. Sounds insane, I know, but we're going to be skipping fighting the third gym. I don't know how long for, but we're going to skip fighting him just because I don't want to fight Surge. Hi, Misty. Oh, right, Alakazam. I need to get into why that one's such a dangerous thing. Apart from the fact we saw a level 16 Alakazam just wreck a Goldeen. I've mentioned this before, I'm going to mention it a few times across all of the streams. The way that crits are handled in Pokemon Gen 1 is based entirely off of the speed stat. There's two other moves that affect it, as far as I know. One of them doesn't work as intended, the other one works way too well as intended. But that, I mean, it multiplies the crit chance by 8. So if you have a 10% crit chance, you actually have an 80% crit chance. Goodbye, Staryu. Fun thing, if you're curious at all, Misty's Pokemon that she can give you is a Growlithe off of this one, and then Missing No off of the second. So this is one of those cases where you have to be careful of what you're going to face, and what you're going to use the trick. Anyway, finish the Alakazam thing before I go back to talking more about the Mew memory thing. Alakazam has, I believe, the highest special stat outside of one legendary in the game, and it has a very, very high speed stat, so special moves are going to deal a lot of damage through it, because high special stat, and then having such a high speed stat means not only is it going to be going first, it is also going to be critting a lot of the time. It also has a very dangerous, very powerful moveset that result in effectively... Yep, I know you're bulky, that's why I brought a... Oh boy. Yeah. Starmie, which is what we're fighting here, is the water equivalent, I guess, of a downskilled version of Alakazam. It's going to be quick, it's going to be a bit bulky. We're not going to be able to do much to it with Confusion. You're going to improve the defenses, of course you are. The problem is that it's going to absolutely wreck Barry. Now, you may be wondering, why is it that, apart from the fact that Alakazam is Alakazam, why is it taking less damage from Starmie? Water is a special type, and because that's rolled into attack and defense in Gen 1, bring out the truck. That means that, actually, the truck should be able to handle this because you have Pound. Yeah, I love fighting bulky Pokemon that are pretty good all around. Starmie will absolutely... Well, that was a really nasty crit. At this point, we just need someone to be able to land a move. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Anyway, I'm wandering all over the place on different topics. Let's tie them out. Alakazam moving as fast as it does with a high special stat means it's durable against things that deal special damage. It deals a lot of damage to everything else, unless they're resistant to Psychic or immune. I don't think there's anything that's immune to it in this generation, though. $2,000. Thank you very much. So now traded Pokemon up to level 30. Now obey me no matter what I do, which is again why we didn't keep that Alakazam. Well, no, the Alakazam would have been level 16, 17, but like, it's fine. Now we have Cut, which we definitely need to keep on progressing. So Misty is a mandatory. Thank you for the Bubble Beam. We need Cut in order to actually continue the game. We don't have to fight Surge to continue the game, which is why we're skipping him. He just gives us access to Fly, which we don't get until way later in the game. So, we're skipping him. He's pointless to me. There's no point. Anyway, tying off loose ends of wandering trails of thought. yeah, the combination of high special, high speed is why Alakazam's so dangerous. It's also why Starmie there was so dangerous as well. See, Pikachu, if we open this up, my little car battery over here, you can see the special stat of Pikachu isn't that great. Starmie is pretty quick, and has pretty good special, and it's got a good amount of health, as you could see, so car battery didn't really have much of a chance. It was even faster than the Alakazam, which we, admittedly, it's still like level 17. Oops. I just wanted to have a look at the stat. Speed 50, special 55. That high special stat was what was saving it from being just wiped near constant by the Starmie. And as I say, you won't be able to get it. Oh, remember how I said things will be removed from the overworld? If you do the trick? I'm pretty sure the officer, the police officer, was supposed to still be here. I wasn't paying too much attention to earlier in the stream. The police officer has been removed. Now, this is going to segue quite nicely into another thing that I want to very quickly mention. Another reason as to why I don't want to keep doing the trick. That guy to my left is blocking the last dungeon of the game, which has the last legendary of the game. If I keep doing the trick, there is a chance that eventually he will be removed. Which means then we're sequence breaking like never before, my friends. And I'd rather we didn't do that. If he does get removed, we won't set foot inside of it. But we need to make our way towards the S.S Anne, which is all the way down here. I think you trade Nido for Nido, right? Yeah, you trade Nidoran male for Nidoran female, but unfortunately, I have both already. I think there's a hidden item in here as well. I think there might be an NPC that tells us about it. No, I might be thinking of a different game. Nope, never mind. Here's the NPC that says they lose something in the underground path. Okay, for reasons of getting this Cubone early, I'm going to double check the trainers for this area. The Cubone is it looks like it's the first Pokemon of the last trainer, so we're gonna have to do some really weird, wonky things here in order to get, well, the fight we want. How am I gonna pull this one off? Because I need to lose... Oh, I know how we can do it. I know how we can do this trick and still get that Cubone. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay. So, in order to get the Cubone, we have to lose against the first Pokemon of the last trainer. So, the way we're gonna pull that one off is we need to have only Red Alert in the party when we do the trick, because we can't open the menu again once we're done. Then we need to go to the last trainer, see the first Pokemon, and I'm going to just keep trying to use Teleport again and again and again and again, which won't work inside of combat, but will skip my turn. Which then means we will lose, and if I've read the map right, that means that when we go to reset that, when we go to the Nugget Bridge again, we should run into Cubone. And I might level up Cubone. We're not too far away from where we're able to get it. We'll probably see the place you can get it in a few hours. But let's get this whole ball rolling. I need to make sure we don't use Red Alert so he's as weak as possible. I think we're just going to lead with Car Battery. Oh, he's using bugs. Barry! Should be a pretty swell, easy fight. I'm not going to do this for every route, because this is the last one we're going to do the trick, but for the people who are curious, the other Pokemon we can run into here, if you do the memory trick. I can't check the map right now, but I'm pretty sure Blastoise, which is the final evolution of Squirtle, is one of the ones you can obtain here. We're not doing that. As I say, that I don't want to completely break the game open with, like, getting really powerful Pokemon early. I say having an Alakazam in my party. Okay, these trainers down here won't fight you unless you talk to them. Let me double check the map. I'm pretty sure this one on the left is the one that gives Blastoise. It is. The one on the left gives Blastoise, the one on the right... Okay, we could have got Grimer or Grimer from the first person. Blastoise here, Nidoran female or Shellder. There's going to be a Chansey, which can turn up as well here, but we won't be seeing that Pokemon for a long time. Don't worry about what a Chansey is. We can also find Rhyhorn, and then, as I say, the final Pokemon set you can get here is Cubone and Shellder. So if we get this wrong, we're looking at a Shellder, and I'm not going to catch Shellder. So hopefully we get this right. And then, yeah, we won't really be doing this exploit again outside of, say, hey, I want to have a Lapras. Can you give me a Lapras? What's also funny is that the map doesn't tell me what the Pokemon are, but I know this is a Butterfree. And if you remember our Butterfree, it's partial flying. Unfortunately, it also has confusion, so it's able to hit us pretty hard, but again, we can... Well, we're running the Pikachu, so we got good crit rate, we got good damage because of the confusion... Sorry, because of the electric into flying type. Oh, another thing as well. Something that confused me and Cass last stream was we used Mew to transform into a Machop, and then we tried to use Machop's Karate Chop against a Geodude, and it didn't deal super effective damage. Turns out, in Gen 1, Karate Chop is not a fighting move. It is normal. There's a few different things that are going to catch me out when we play. That is definitely one of them. Okay, so the guy down there is the one we want to fight for the trick. So I need to fight just this person, then we teleport back, we set up the party, then we do the trick, and then we have my Cubone. Marwol, why did you want a Cubone so badly? So when I was a little kid, as much as I liked different Pokemon, Cubone was my favorite hands down. And I even had a little hard plastic keyring Cubone figurine thing. Like, Charmander was fine, Pikachu was fine, Nidoran, all of them, pretty good. But as a kid, Cubone beat them all. As I've grown older, I like the Nido line more. But Cubone and its evolution will always have a little soft spot in my soft spot in my heart, because, well, you'll see Cubone. He's a little cute little guy, even if it is slightly morbid as to why Cubone is the way Cubone is. Behold, the only Pidgey smart enough to use Quick Attack. Ooh. Unfortunately, my Quick Attack is faster than yours, so... Alright, let's do the setup. Quick note, anytime you see that very quick flash through of just like... we're in one place and then we're suddenly somewhere else. I've hit the turbo button, we've gone faster. I'm going to have to deposit you. You. I need to have no chance of winning the fight, so only red alert. We're going to use the Pokemon Center. Okay. I'm going to put a safety save in just as we're about to start the trick. And then I'm going to put a separate safety save in by the trainer itself, just in case we rolled the wrong one. So that means I'm going to do a 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then I'm going to do 5, 6, 7, 8 on the other one. Ooh, hold up. There we go. My timing was getting real bad on that one. It's gonna be really funny if I manage to somehow remove that guy from the overworld. It means I'd have to find someone else to do the trick with. And obviously the further we get into the game, the less options we're gonna have for the trick. But again, this is the last one we're doing, definitely. Outside of... Lapras is the easiest go-to example, because I know when we get Lapras, we can only have one Lapras, and we're not gonna see Lapras for like 2 streams. I'm gonna speed this up a bit. Seems I'm gonna speed it up when we get into here. And then... here we go. I think you also have to have a trainer that walks up to you. I don't think you can use a wild... You might be able to use a wild Pokemon. I have to look into it. But... either way. Who are you sending out first? Who is it that gives me my Cubone? Oh, we're actually going to be in for a good shot here. I think flying is super effective in Gen 1 against Psychic. And also, normal and I think flying are both physical, which means that they check against defense. So I could probably just turbo this and we'd be okay. Yeah, I need you to keep doing attacks. I need you to do, like, attacks before I run out. Not super effective in Gen 1. Okay. Is flying super effective ever, or am I misremembering that one? If you get 3 hits, we're done. Fury attack is anywhere between 2 and 5 hits. Statistically, I think it gives 3 the most. Please. Please. There we go. I didn't put a safety in, by the way, before we fought this guy, but it's quick enough to get back here. So we fought, we blacked out, we lose half our money, unfortunately, but we're still... I think it's half. But we'll still have a lot of money, so it's okay. Now we're gonna go... well, we're gonna see if that is a Cubone. The menu opening itself, by the way, is... look at him, he's cute! The menu opening itself, by the way, is the indicator that A, the trick has worked, and then I think, I'm not an expert in this trick as much as I may sound like I know what I'm talking about. I think if the menu opens automatically, that means something has been removed from the overworld. If you remember, or have you seen the first stream, or the archive of the first stream, When we did the trick, we got a text box instead, which I think prevented the losing the police officer outside the building. Either way, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Pokeball. Yeah, you're gonna be a pain. That's right. No, let's actually save this over that one. Got him! Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen the Pokemon's real face. Do you want to give a nickname to Cubone? Yeah, I do. But I don't know what I'm gonna nickname it. I actually can't think of a nickname for Cubone. Yes, I can. We're gonna dip into musicians and bands again. I think that's how that group is spelled. It is. Cool. Oh, also, I just realized that we haven't been, like, full screened. Oops. That's probably messed with the aspect resolution on a few things. Have we accidentally tricked out the... No. Okay, good. He's still there. Question, what has disappeared then? Oh, we could end up removing the item that we're trying to... thingy over the side. He's still there. That's good. That item's still there, we're fine. But yeah, Boney M, we're actually going to level up. Boney M is, you can see it here, level 7, he's already quite durable. He's ground type only. And he has Bone Club. It is a move unique to Cubone and its evolution. I think there's one other move they get as well that's unique to them. And... yeah, I love him. He's adorable. But now we need to go and actually fight those Pokemon, so... we're going to withdraw... let's see here. Well, obviously we're going to withdraw Car Battery. That's arriving in 55 seconds. We'll just be grinding. Don't worry. I'm going to leave Truck in the Pokebox for a while. Largely because I don't really need Truck. I'm gonna pull out Barry. We're gonna pull out Nidoking. How much space have I got? 1? 1. We probably should try to level up Red Alert, but... you know who I'm gonna pull out? We need to change box for this. We're gonna go back to box... I think it's box 1. And we're going to pull... where are you? Big Boss? I think that's the right Pokemon. No, that's not. I was looking at going, I'm pretty sure that's the Ekans, not the Weedle. The reason we're pulling out the Weedle is so we can get that thing evolved into Kakuna and then into... oh, why do I forget its name? Beedrill. Michael is my Rattata. Buzz... oh, Buzz. Later Pokemon games will also have a image of the Pokemon next to it. so it's easy to figure out who is what. But we're just going to go over here. The ads have arrived. We're going to do some grinding. It does mean that people hit by the ads are not going to be able to see maybe an evolution or two. But we won't be doing the fight and then going into Vermilion City until we're done with that. So, let's go find some Pokemon to fight. Who have we got party-wise completely? Boney M, Red Alert, Barry, Nidoking, Battery. Pretty good spread. Really good spread, actually. Oh, I turboed at the wrong point. Turbo, by the way, makes the software run the game at, like, I think it's 1000%. Which is also why the save time on this file is huge compared to what it was last time. I think it was 6 hours last time, and now it's like, what are we at? 20 hours? I haven't put 10 hours worth of grinding in. I put 1. But again, like, we hit that, and then it's gone on by a minute, so. And that was me pushing it for a second. When I'm running around grinding out fights, it's, yeah, it climbs pretty quick. The blue save file says I've been playing for 50 hours, to give you an example of how much that's gone up. Oh, I need to also double check if there's any unique Pokemon in this area. Hello, Chrome, I would like you to do things. Nope, that's completely the wrong one, and that one. There we go. Big fan of the Windows update, by the way. They keep breaking different things and keep making my life worse every time they do. I now can't use my quick bar on whichever screen has Chrome appeared on it, because apparently using Chrome is not allowed on Windows 11. Or are we on route 5? 6. And the Pokemon here... Nothing new. Okay. And we spent more time getting here than we did grinding, so it means people are going to be seeing this pretty soon. Or we're going to be going on to the fight itself pretty soon. Just gonna burn this Oddish. Down it go. Oh, not quite. Not all the way. Barry, you're lacking. Barry, are you okay? Can't burn an Oddish? Well, at least Barry leveled up. Okay, the ads are finished. We are going to go get into another wild fight. Oops. Against a Mankey? Oh, I know what I'm doing with you. We're going to the Red Alert. Crit super hit. Love to see it. We're gonna go fight that trainer that just gave me my Cubone. And then we're gonna go into Vermilion City itself. Ooh. Exciting times. Alright, so we know the first Pokemon running up against us is Spearow. Which means we're going to immediately switch into Car Battery, and then Car Battery is going to do what Car Battery always does. It's going to voltage that thing until it turns into a cindered husk of itself. And of course it trades at Leah. What a good job you do, Car Battery. I love you. Buzz is now level 6. Ooh, Eradicate. Oh, that's alright, we'll throw Nidoking in. I think we have enough bulk on the Nidoking for it to resist a crit Hyper Fang. Yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, we have enough speed as well. That's surprising. We have more than enough bulk. Man, I love it. So, what do I mean by bulk? There's a few different, I guess, terms or ways to refer to ways Pokemon are, quote, built. Some are built as, like, glass cannons. They go fast, they deal a lot of damage, they don't have a lot of defense. Alakazam starting Gen 2 is going to be more leaning into that. But Gen 1 is just a nuke, in that it deals a lot of damage, it wipes teams. I think the official term for it is Sweeper, but I always refer to them as things like... I think the terms I use are mainly based off of things from MMOs like World of Warcraft and Guild Wars. I wonder what you could be evolving into. Anyway, Bulk is a Pokemon who is built around the idea of having a lot of health and or defenses, so they can endure taking lots of hits, and they can do things like poisoning or... Give me a rod. Oh, it's not you, it's the guy in here. Give me a rod. I also like to fish. Old Rod lets us catch Magikarp, which if you remember we bought for 500 Pokebucks before Mount Moon. I don't think you can catch anything else with an Old Rod, which means now I guess I care about Magikarp. Quick tangent, no. Actually, finish what I'm saying about names. So, Bulk, let's say they're durable, they take lots of hits, they may not necessarily deal lots of damage themselves. There is a bit of a trick we can do with Nidoking, though, that involves a oversight, we'll call it, with regards to how accuracy works in this game. And it's going to be a pretty funny one. It's going to be a really funny one, actually. But what I was going to say for the tangent is people might think I got the Staryu early so we'd have a good water Pokemon. While that is an argument you can have, if you have Magikarp, you already have a good water Pokemon. Magikarp itself is not a good Pokemon. Its evolution is fantastic. Its evolution has an amazing stat line, it deals great damage, it's water. I think it gets some of the best water moves in the game. Hello, Pokemon Fan Club. We're a fan of Pokemon, let's go on in. And I'm going to talk to this guy. He has collected over 100 Pokemon, he's very fussy when it comes to Pokemon. So, did we come here to listen about... Yeah, we came here to listen to you about your Pokemon. His favorite is Rapidash. It is cute, lovely, smart, plus it's amazing. We think so? Oh yeah, it's stunning, it's kindly, we love it. Hug it when sleeping, it's warm and cuddly. Spectacular, ravishing. This guy's a little bit too into Rapidash, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, you come here to talk to this guy about a bike voucher. And he mentions Fira will let him fly. I know I skipped through the text pretty quick, but fly is a HM. Lets us go anywhere we've been previously. If I remember right, I need a certain Pokemon for you. I need a Spearow for a Farfetch'd. Which, we know where we can get Spearow. We'll get another Spearow, get another Farfetch'd. But that brings us to 32 Pokemon. It'll bring us to 33 when we do the trade, 34 when we get Beedrill. There's other Pokemon we can get as well. I need to go into the mart, see if you're selling any new Pokeballs. You are not. Okay. And then I don't think there's a reason for this. It's a Saffron in the north. Dear PP, I hope to see you soon. I heard Saffron has problems with Team Rocket. Vermilion appears to be safe. Buddy, you are blocked by one route. That is it. Just walk. Just walk there. No, don't send that poor Pidgey to do your job for you. We have a lot of trainers and new Pokemon we can see to the right. This here is Diglett Cave, which is... This is how you get back to... I need to open up the town map. So, if we... Pallet Town, Viridian Forest, you may remember Diglett Cave over here. And that when we went through Mount Moon, there isn't really a way to get back into Mount Moon from the Cerulean City side. The way you get back over to the left side of the map, early, I guess you could say early, is you go through Diglett's Cave, and you use Cut on a Tree to then get back to Route 2, or just slightly north of Viridian Forest. Because it requires Cut, we're not going through it just yet. We're not even going to go get the Diglets. I don't care. And we're also not going to... we can do the Pokemon to the right. I mean, we still need to evolve Buzz, and I think there is actually a new Pokemon to the right. That'd be Route 7. No, I can't count. That's Route 11. Yeah, we can get a Spearow. We can get a new Pokemon as well. I need to... Yeah, let's just go get it. I'm just gonna run around here. Funny enough, you can do the memory trick here to get a Drowsy, but also, Drowsy is the Pokemon that's new here that we can get anyways, so... Level 17, I'm pretty sure a car battery can take that. Speed that up just a little bit. I know we have to catch one, but we also need to evolve Buzz as well, so I thought we might as well just shatter the first one we see. Drowsy is the main pull we want here anyway. Hello, Ekans. For you, we will level up Red Alert. I'd like to get Red Alert to 20 before we set foot on S.S Anne. But also, because it's an Alakazam and it can really punch above its weight, I don't really think we need to. But the main goal here is get a Drowsy and evolve the Kakuna. So, strap in, we're going to be here for a while, because the Drowsy isn't going to turn up just yet. Oh, we also, I guess, we need to get a Spearow. So then we can get Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is a goofy little guy, and I don't think I like him that much, but he's still a goofy little funny guy, and... we'll see how we like him. I mentioned last stream that I want to try to use Pokemon that are not necessarily great, just because, you know, we don't need to steamroll every fight we get into. Once we get the EXP ALL, that's going to be a lot easier to do, because then I can just level up the other ones off stream. We can be like, okay, for this stream we're doing Zubat and everyone else. Really, I should still send out Car Battery, because we could paralyze to increase the chances of a capture. I didn't want that to crit. Keep going. Drowsy isn't a very likely drop rate, for lack of a better term. Spawn rate, there we go. I should also level you up to 23 so you get your really funny move, but we're not going to do that just yet. Drowsy, I think, is the earliest psychic Pokemon you can get. Well, obviously outside of Abra, but as a kid, you're probably going to get Abra and be like, wow, why do we use this? It just teleports all the time. But you'll see, as well as a kid, why you would want to get an Abra soon. It involves why I want Alakazam around 20 when we get onto the boat. But Drowsy, you've ran into one of them used by Team Rocket. There he is! There's the creepy guy himself. Don't use a poison Pokemon because it knows Confusion. I'm pretty sure it knows Confusion. It definitely at least knows Pound. There it is. Thundershock, Paralyze it. Hey, Drowsy, with your Hypnosis. I'm not going to save scum this one, we're just going to throw Pokeballs at it because we have more than enough Pokeballs and we have more than enough money to get more Pokeballs, but I think we're okay with the Paralysis as is. We were. But yeah, Drowsy is a pretty solid first Psychic Pokemon. It has good utility in that it has Hypnosis and it has Psychic moves. It's bulkier than Abra will be. And the Hypnosis makes it really good for capturing Pokemon because you can put them to sleep, and I haven't double-checked the formula for this, but I'm pretty sure sleep is the highest multiplier to... or the best multiplier for succeeding at capturing Pokemon. And we're gonna call you... I was gonna try to make a Dr. Sleep reference. You know what? We're just gonna shorthand it. Dr. Sleep. We still need that Spearow. Go on, give me a Spearow straight away. Yay, look at that. Unfortunately, car battery is asleep. I don't know if they're going to wake up in time to get a paralysis off. Oh, aren't they all going to crit? Yep. Oh, we're going to get the full set too. So, if the first... if I remember correctly on this one, if the first move in a multi-hit attack crits, all other attacks do, I think, the same damage? But the crit check is only ever done against the first one. I'd also love it if my throw could work with me for like 5 seconds, please. Who are we going to switch to that could handle this? Honestly, we might just switch to you. Poison Sting and hope we don't immediately knock it out. It's good enough. And then I know I can catch you off of a regular Pokeball without much fuss, so... We're not going to nickname you, because we already have a nicknamed one, and... we're trading you for a Farfetch'd. Now, as much as I'd like to level up the Cubone right now... Actually, if we level up Buzz, we can switch Buzz out for the Farfetch'd. So, I think we just need to level him up the once. Come on. Come on. How close are you to leveling? 204. That's gonna be a few fights. That's okay. Just go back and forth, back and forth. There we go. Oh. I remember Cass put in a request for a Ghastly, and it's just occurred to me that we are in an area where I can use the trick to get Ghastly. Granted, we'll also be able to get our own Ghastly anyway in about 2 hours. Wait, can we? Or is it longer? It might be longer. By the end of this stream, we will have a Ghastly. Definitely have access to being able to get Ghastly. I'm just going to send you. Even though it's going to be super effective because confusion. I still need you to level up to 23 so you learn your move. I'm just going to dance back and forth. I think it's 2 more fights and then we evolve the Cocoon into Beedrill. The good thing as well, if we keep running into Ekans, is, again, we're going to eventually level up the Alakazam Red Alert. One more fight, I think. I don't know if I'm going to keep Farfetch'd in the party while we're on the S.S Anne. I will have to see. But I do, as I've already said, I do want to eventually get around to using other Pokemon that, again, they're not going to be as powerful or as useful as, say, Nidoking. There's a level 10. But they're interesting. It'll be a different change of pace. It's not going to be the same party all the time. We get to see how other Pokemon in Gen 1 sort of work. For example, Beedrill is not a great Pokemon. I mentioned earlier there's 2 moves in the game that don't really work with crit the way as intended. One works way too well, the other one doesn't work at all. Well, no, it does work, but it breaks it. So, Beedrill has access when it levels up to a move known as Focus Energy. In the way it's intended to work, it is supposed to increase your crit chance by, I believe... I think it's supposed to double it or quadruple it across the board, so all of your moves have a higher chance to crit, basically. The issue is, because of the maths they did as part of the calculation to do that, you actually reduce your crit chance to 1/4, so you're less likely to crit, and it's a Pokemon that's built around being a glass cannon, so good luck. Throw a Buzz in. Pull out you. And let's go get a Farfetch'd and see how good the Farfetch'd is. Here's my injured Spearow. Take it to the Pokemon Center, you'll be okay. Connect the cable like so. Hey, look at that trading. Can't wait to see what dumb nickname this has. I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember how good Farfetch'd really is. I think it's a bit of a joke Pokemon. I do know that there is an... We've had TMs so far, we haven't found a HM. We could have had a HM earlier on, but I didn't talk to the guy. HMs are reusable TMs, and they always have a move that is used somewhere in the world. The HM I skipped is Flash, because it's used in, I think, just 2 caves. Ducks. Normal flying, it knows Peck. Fury attack, it's level 15. It's not that bad. It's usable. But we're going to leave Boney M up front, and we're going to set foot on the S.S Anne. Because Pokédex should now be at 35! Good times, good times. Anyway, HMs. So, they're always usable somewhere in the overworld to solve some sort of problem. The trees we've been seeing, the cut. Cut is a HM. We're going to be using that to... Hello. We have a ticket. To cut down the trees, we're going to use cut. Makes sense, right? We're going to fight every trainer we can, but I need to make sure where we're going first. I also need to not do a specific fight until we're definitely done. Okay, we start here. Again, just because this is an area that can be missed, as in, once you've finished S.S Anne, you cannot come back. I'm gonna go down, because eventually somewhere here, I don't know where is it? There it is. When we enter a room, I'm going to check to see what Pokemon are available in here if you're doing the trick. In this room, the first guy gives you, in order, Machamp? No, that's Machoke. Machoke, missing no shoulder. The other guy gives you Gyarados, which is the evolution for Magikarp. All his Pokemon are from the sea, and you know what doesn't really work well with Pokemon from the sea? Car batteries. Oh, even better, they're Tentacool. Tentacool is a water poison type Pokemon, and the fact that I just mentioned poison means you know exactly who we're switching to. Tentacool is a Pokemon I quite like, but usually by the point where you can get Tentacool, you've probably got other better water Pokemon options. If you don't, it's a really good one to get. That's it, Boney M. Keep leveling up. You're going to send out a Staryu. We're going to change out to Boney M, and then we're going to switch to Car Battery. Now, the reason I have to be very careful about how we clear S.S Anne is that if we do the wrong fight early... Oh, wait, no, I think you only leave when you get the HM. Okay. Will I change Pokemon? Yes, I'll change back to Boney M, and then we're going to change back to Car Battery, and Car Battery is going to shock this thing, too. Be like we attach jumper cables to the thing. Hello. Defense raised? Yeah, unfortunately this is a special type, so... that's not going to do anything for you, my friend. Boney M is going to keep on growing. What are you packing? Water Pokemon? I assume it's water Pokemon. I think you're a sailor, which means it could also be a Machamp. Machop, even. It is Machop. And since you're fighting type, we know exactly who we're switching to. Oh, got a crit out on the first hit. That sucks. Unfortunately, Red Alert wasn't quite strong enough to deal with that. That's okay. I know someone who can. We'll go to the Poke Center after we finish this fight. And then we'll go fight the next room. Not every room has someone to fight in it. I think some of them have items in the trash bins too. There's not a trash bin here, unfortunately. But getting lucky with a normal type move like that is one of the only few ways you can really deal with an Alakazam. If Karate Chop was fighting type like it is in later gens, it wouldn't be effective against Psychic. We would have taken way less damage. But because it is coded as normal in this game, a crit hit like that on a Pokemon that is focused on physical damage is going to hit like a truck. Okay, cool. Let's go. It's probably going to take me about an hour to finish S.S Anne, if only because... Actually, it might not. It depends how lucky we get with some of the fights. Once... At some point, I'm probably going to... Yeah, you're going to... I have a ticket. I just walked past you. At some point... I will probably switch Boney M out of first position and then put a better Pokemon into first position. So then we can just barrel our way through all of the fights. Where's the last door? This one. So we need to go into this room next. You give Hitmonlee and Growlithe. And there's an item here. Okay, so here's the Hitmonlee one. Again, we kind of need to level up our boy Red Alert over here. Hit yourself. Yeah! Easy fight. Very nice and easy fight. I was about to say, I'm wondering when Red Alert levels up if it isn't off of this fight. Staryu? We're gonna do the same switcheroo we did before. We're gonna go to Car Battery after this. A really good hit. We have nothing to worry about. Absolutely nothing. I don't remember what this is. Oh, no more room for items? Oh right, we can only have 20 items in this game. I need to remove something. Use an ether. It's a bit of a waste, but we'll use ether. TM44, what are you? Rest? I could give it to Red Alert, which would be very funny, but I think Red Alert learns recovery anyway. Rest is a move where you put yourself to sleep and recover all of your health. So I think we're actually going to put that onto Nidoking. We're going to get rid of Tackle. The reason being that Nidoking, as we've seen, is pretty durable and bulky as it is, so being able to return it back to full health, then we just have to wait for it to wake up, which is the issue. It's going to be a really nice thing for it. I think you are going to do a fight. I just found an ether to replace the one I used. You are a fight. You are 3 missing now. Is it 3 missing? No, because you have 3 level 17 Horsey. I think it might be. That's okay. You're not going to deal much damage to... Oh, speed falling is a bit of an issue. Let's say that will affect our crit rate. But... yeah, you're going to have like 3 level 17 Horsey. Okay. What we might do here is switch over to Nidoking then. Because again, I'd love to get it to level 23. It learns a very funny move. You might be wondering, what do I mean by a funny move? Well... you'll see. Yeah, see, even super effective. We have enough defense and everything else that we're fine. Rest is Psychic? Okay. It is basically going to be my go-to move for dealing damage. But once we do it, we cannot not do it. Nidoqueen also learns a move at 23. It's not as funny, but it is very useful. Boney M is growing up. Want to use Horsey? Yeah, let's switch back to Boney M. Putting Rest onto Nidoking actually is really nice. Because I could be near the end of a fight, for example, I could use Rest, we could switch out to a different Pokemon, and then Nidoking's back up to fresh. Well, close to it. Is definitely back to fresh if the other Pokemon goes before Nidoking. Case in point, we could use Rest here, and then Nidoking would be back to full. I was hoping that would level it. How far away are you? Like, 1 fight? 2 fights? A few fights. Okay. I have a potion in my... yeah, I have 1 spare potion. We'll need to rest it and then switch out in something. Do I have Awakenings in my inventory? No. I need to sell that nugget as well. This is... in terms of the trick... this is not a fight. This is a fight. Staryu on the left, and then it looks like the order is Missingno, Shelder, and then Machoke. I don't know why I get Machoke and Machamp confused. We're gonna do the 3 fight first, because that might get me my Nidoking to 23. Hope it does. I think we can figure out which ones are going to be Horsey level 17 off of the fact that it says missing no. Shelder, I don't remember who that was. You know what? We are going to switch to you now. We're going to rest as well. We're going to take a hit from Bubble. And then we're going to switch you back to Car Battery. And then when I see a Pokemon that isn't going to be super effective against Nidoking, we'll swap back to Nidoking so it can wake up. And then it can win the fight. Shelder? It does know water moves. Let's switch to Nidoking and have Nidoking fight this thing. Now, unfortunately, Gen 1, sleep can be anywhere from, I think, turn 1 to 7 for it to wake up. We got lucky. Unfortunately, she was withdraw twice, so that defense is going to be pretty high. But this is going to be a rough fight, because if it does know water moves, we're going to have an issue. What I'm hoping, though, is that the AI is a bit broken for Gen 1. If Withdraw is a water-type move, Shelder is going to sit there and keep using it because the AI will go, ah, the Nidoking is ground poison. It is weak to water. Withdraw is a water move. I will keep using Withdraw. I also don't know if Shelder actually knows any other moves. It might not, which is going to be really funny if it doesn't. But either way, we're through this one pretty nicely. Nidoking is going to level up off of the next fight. I don't want to use it against a Tentacool. Tentacool, even. For this one, we're going to switch back to Red Alert. To, you know, introduce this Tentacool to the wonders of getting its brain melted by a really tall guy with 2 spoons. If it knocks itself out through the confusion... I was going to say, this would be great, but... No, we're just going to get wrapped again. There we go. Thankfully, we got that confusion to fire off pretty soon, so it was pretty much a safe bet. Right, now I gotta fight you. And then that's gonna give me my level 23 Nidoking. Panda, hello, welcome in. Hope you have a good weekend so far. Oh look, it's a Shelder. A level 21 Shelder. That... Wow. Switch back to you. Either it knows a new move, or it just knows Withdraw. Either way, well, I think that might answer my question. Okay, then we've won this one, and we're gonna have Nidoking hit 23. Panda asks, is it red or blue? This is red. Blue is being played off stream along the side, so we can get the Pokemon that are unique to blue, and trade them across. I think we're going to do the trade across with the uniques in around the point where we would have almost all of the badges, because by that point it's just sort of like taking numbers for the Pokédex. We have done a few things, as you might be able to tell from the fact we have a Cubone on S.S Anne. We've done a few things in order to, hey, there's Thrash, to get some Pokemon early, and it was all through a memory exploitation trick. So we have Mew, called Truck, in sort of reference to the whole truck rumor. We have a Staryu, so that we have a water Pokemon if we want one, but we don't really need a great water Pokemon because we have, well, we would eventually get Gyarados if I want to level that one, the Magikarp into a Gyarados. And we have Cubone, because I love Cubone, and they're pretty cute, and I love them. And yeah, I love Cubone. Which is why Boney M is... Look at him, little Cubone. And Thrash, as I say, is a very funny move. It's kind of like Rap in that once we use it, we keep using it. I believe it goes for... I think it's a random amount of turns, but I don't remember if it's 3 to 5 or like 2 to 4 or something like that. But it deals a lot of damage, and at the end of it, the Nidoking gets confused, but we can sort of clear that by doing the very funny, we have no more room for items. I'm going to sell that nugget, because we have to go heal anyway. But it deals a lot of damage. Nidoking has pretty good stats for, well, dealing damage. It's funny. It's great. Oh, I also, there was mentioning the Mew in the truck. I don't quite remember how the trick is supposed to work. I think you have to trade a Pokemon in that can do it. But basically, you have to trade in a Pokemon that has Cut, so you don't do S.S Anne to get Cut. Then you have to come back here with Surf. There is a truck to the right side that we are never going to be able to see because I'm going to do this game normally outside of the memory exploitation. The truck is to the right side. The rumor was that if you went over there and you hit A on a certain part of the truck, Mew would appear and you'd fight it. No, you had to go over there, use Strength on the truck as well to move it, and then you'd be able to fight Mew. Or you can do the actual trick that works, which is the one we did last stream, we've done twice in this one, which is... you know, reproducible on cart. Panda says Blue was their jam, they still play the original on the Game Boy. I still have my original Game Boy and my red cart. I need to sell the nugget for that tasty 5,000 Dollarinos. What else do I need to... I'm actually going to get rid of the escape rope now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rare Candy is in the right position. I could also use the HP up on a Pokemon. I'm probably going to use that on the Alakazam. And then eventually we'll be using the bike voucher that'll get disappeared. I don't really care much about an ether, but apparently that sells for nothing. While we're here... oh, you don't sell potions anymore, so that's going to be a pain. Super potions heal more, but I need potions themselves in order to keep the item position list the way it is. Anyway, we need to heal. And then I think we're halfway done with the fights on S.S Anne, so... Boney M can probably get switched. No, I'm going to keep Boney M where he is. I'm trying to think of what the best Pokemon to put up front when we're ready for the fight on S.S Anne is. Panda says that them and their cousin had to save up together to buy the cable to trade and share. I didn't know anybody else who had a Game Boy growing up. Like, it was kind of weird that I didn't know anybody else had a Game Boy, but I didn't. I knew some people had a Game Boy Advance, so I managed to trade on... what was it? I think it was Pokemon Ruby was the one I had. It was one of the GBA, like Game Boy Advance ones. I'm pretty sure it was Pokemon Ruby. That one I did some trading in, but never on the Game Boy Color. Did I do this? Oh right, I came here and the item was... I couldn't pick it up. Oh. Yeah, full heal. Well, it's not a full heal. Full heal is its own item. That will, however, put my health to max just like rest does, but we don't have to go to sleep. You're a fighter, if I remember right. You're a Growlithe, if I remember right, for the fight. I don't know what you give me for the memory trick. What are you? I didn't want to full screen that map. You give gas leaps. You're two Growlithes, aren't you? Yeah, you are two Growlithes. We don't have a water Pokemon ready, but we do have a ground up in first position, but I don't... we might be fine here, actually. I'll be able to tell based off... yeah, that crit nasty, and we missed that one. Yeah, we're not doing this. Switch out to... Fire is the only type we don't have good coverage for at the moment because Boney M isn't high enough level for it. We'll fight fire with fire. Yeah, Roar doesn't do anything in Gen 1. Gen 2, Whirlwind, Roar, and I think another move. I don't think it's Teleport. Whirlwind and Roar will force the opponent to switch their Pokemon out. But since it doesn't do anything in Gen 1, every time we see it, it's a free hit. Kinda hoping Barry levels up off of... He's not going to level up off this fight. Send another Growlithe. We're probably going to go... Oh no, I could use a Max Potion, actually. We'll be okay. Very nice crit. Very, very nice crit. So, Panda, on Blue, what was your favorite Pokemon? For me, as a kid, it was Cubone, and as I grew up, it changed into being all of the Nidos. So, Nidoran, male, female, Nidorina, Nidorino, Nidoking, Nidoqueen. I always find Cubone cute, and I love them so much. Which is why we did the trick to get them early. Mew we did because there's no legitimate way apart from the memory access trick of getting Mew. I don't want to whip open a Game Shark or anything like that to try and get Pokemon. That feels scummy. Admittedly, so is using a memory trick, but that one requires a bit of planning and forethought rather than just I push button and I get Pokemon. I guess I could use up the antidotes. What a waste of a full heal potion. Oh well, moving on. Next room. Who are you? I think you're Growlithe as well. No, you're different. You give 2 Shelders with the trick, which means you're definitely not 2 Growlithes. Are you Vulpix? Growlithe, by the way, is a Pokemon we can catch in Red. Vulpix is the unique to Blue. Oh, Nidoran male. My guy, that Nidoran should have evolved like 3 levels ago. Send out Red Alert, because we know you're poison typed. Oh, if it's going to be 2 Shelders, it's going to be 2 Nidoran male in a row. Which means Red Alert is probably going to... Yeah, clean house here. Nidoran female. Interesting, they both have the same special stat. I'm gonna keep Red Alert out because, as I say, we need to hopefully get this guy closer to 20. Maybe a little bit over 20 before the final fight on S.S Anne. We'll take that little bit of a experience bump. And then, who have we got in here? You're moving, which means you're not a trainer. What about this one? You're not a fight. And then you have a Wigglytuff, which is the evolution for Jigglypuff, which we haven't done quite yet. As I say, once we get the EXP ALL, this is a lot of fights, so there's going to be a memory trick. What are the memory trick Pokemon here? On my hard right, we have Arcanine and Gyarados, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be. And then the trainer at the far bottom is a Ghastly, so that's probably Growlithe, but we'll see. Hello, I'd like to step right. There we go. Now, because of where I've stepped, if the other trainer can see me as well, we're going to immediately end up in a fight with them after this, so... If it is a Growlithe, we're going to have some fun. If it's not a Growlithe, hello, Pidgey! It would be funny to use a Cubone against you, but I'm going to use the car battery again, because the car battery handles all problems. You just zap it hard enough. Oh no, quick attack, whatever will I do? Is it a crit? It looks like a crit. It's not a crit. Pathetic. Get zapped again, nerd. Panda says their favourites are Big Boy Blastoise, Gengar, Snorlax, Psyduck, Alakazam, and maybe a Butterfree. Maybe a Champions of a Butterfree. We have a Butterfree. And obviously we have an Alakazam, which we traded for in this. Oh, that's a Nidoran? Interesting. We are going to change. We're going to switch to Red Alert and just immediately knock this Nidoran straight down. Here's the Alakazam now! And there it goes. But yeah, funny mention Blastoise. Technically, we could go get a Blastoise right now. Because of the memory trick, and that we didn't fight the trainer that would give us a Blastoise if we do the trick. Hello, level 19. But we're gonna see a Blastoise anyway, because we picked a Charmander at the start of the game, and then, because the rival picks the one that's super effective, we're gonna see a Blastoise as the, as Bob Ross's starter final form later. Gengar, we're also going to see because Cass has redeemed the Customize Something redeem over on Twitch. I know I'm saying over on Twitch, but we're already on Twitch, but it's for people who are on the YouTube archive to watch this after the fact. Because they redeemed the thing and requested Ghastly, Haunter, it means we're eventually going to turn it into a Gengar. Psyduck, I don't know when we can get that, but we can get that eventually. And then Alakazam, as I say, we already have. Machamp as well as one we have to eventually get through trade. It is the last of the trade Pokemon. We have Alakazam. We could go get a Golem now, because we have a Geodude. Machamp is a trade. Gengar, yeah, so it's the last one I think that we're going to getting trade Pokemon-wise is going to end up being Machamp. Because Gengar we're going to get pretty quick. I guess, actually, hold up. No, you'd get Gengar last, because the cave we have to go through, I think, is what gives you Machop. We'll find out for sure later. For now, though, I think I'm pretty sure I have to fight this, Growlithe? Are you a Growlithe, or are you going to be something different? Oh, a Nidoran male? Ha! Let me introduce you to a man with 2 spoons. Also, Circle the Fool, hello. Sorry I missed your message. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. And welcome in Astral Spectre. Hope you're also having a good weekend. Welcome to Pokemon Red broken in slightly different ways. Very funny if I go get the Mew, wouldn't it? I don't want to use the Mew, though. Mew has a very interesting, useful trait in Gen 1. Actually, it has a useful trait in all the gens, but we have it here, matters here. Not every Pokemon can learn every TM, except for Mew. Mew, you can teach it whatever you want to. Body Slam here, as I mentioned earlier, that's Nidoqueen's only evolution move that we can get later on, but that requires me to pull Ripley out, and honestly, I'd rather keep the Nidoking. We're going to go quickly use the Poke Center. I can see the ads arrive at about 30 seconds, so for those 3 minutes of ads, we're just going to grind and level up outside. We'll carry on going through S.S Anne after the ads come back, so that way no one misses anything. And it also means that we can probably then rotate Boney M out of position 1, and then have... I don't know who we're going to put up front. Might be Barry. Might put Barry in front. Panda says they were a fan of catching Pikachu and Viridian and never evolving. That's funny enough where we got our Pikachu. It took us quite a while. I think it took us 40 minutes to be able to find the guy. But we have him, and I'm going to put a stone to it the instant I can. Panda also says that in blue we got Psyduck and Seafoam Island, don't know about red. Their knowledge is specifically blue. I don't think Psyduck is version specific, but Seafoam sounds about right. Because I'm pretty sure it is one of the later Pokemon, but I am using a little thing to check off when new Pokemon turn up as and when they do, so we'll probably get to see it that way. Hopefully. I got a funny feeling you can run into Psyduck somewhere sooner than Seafoam, actually. But again, like, we're not going to miss anything per se, because I'm, let's say, checking things off as we go. It's just a question of time and when we find it. Astral says they're playing Pokemon Blue right now as the ads arrived. Unfortunate. I'm gonna wait until the ads finish before we catch up with chat a bit more. But welcome back. It's just like Viridian Forest. We're just gonna keep doing a lap of this little bit of green right by here. The reason I'm not fighting any of the trainers here as well is I'm going to avoid fighting trainers as much as I can, so that, again, if people do try to request Pokemon like, say, Lapras. Although I guess with Lapras it would be a case of, if there are multiple people, because I know we get one for certain. Wait a minute. Boney M can do this fight themselves. Yeah, ground is super effective against poison. There we go. The only Pokemon I think you can't take out yourself is going to be Drowsy. So we're just going to bury the snake under gravel, I guess. I think if Boney M levels up, they're going to start one-shotting Ekans. I also don't remember exactly when Cubone evolves. I think it evolves at level 25. Hello, Drowsy. Funny I just mentioned you. Level 9, though, I can probably take you even with Cubone. Yeah, we're good. Especially if you don't land your Hypnosis, you fool. You cretin. One more minute, and then we can get back to catching up with chat, and then we can also get back onto the S.S Anne. Hello, is that a higher level Drowsy? It's a level 11 Drowsy. Ooh. As long as we don't get a Hypnosis, we'll be okay here. And what did I say? What did I say? Wait, are you just gonna keep using Hypnosis again and again? Why? Okay, there we go. I finally used Pound. It doesn't deal that much damage. Ah. Welcome to the wonderful loop of dealing with sleep. The upside is that it doesn't deal a lot of damage with Pound. It's going to burn out its Hypnosis eventually. So, no it won't, will it? Because Gen 1, the opposing Pokemon don't have PP. They just use moves. I think it's Gen 2 that they end up making the other side of the fight adhere to the same rule as you with regards to moves. Thank you for finally missing a Hypnosis. I just need you to do... I just need you to miss that again. That's fine, we can do this. Okay, ads are finished, let's catch up with chat. Astral says they're playing Pokemon Blue right now. They're limiting themselves to one legendary for the Elite Four. Which one should they use? Ooh, what legendaries would you... You'd have the birds. Unless you did the memory trick, or you've hacked in Mew. Just keeping it to the birds. Please wake up. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but if you stay asleep, this isn't gonna matter. Keeping it to the birds, I'd say Articuno. If only because it's the only typing that's gonna be a bit of a pain. Come on. There we go, we're fine. We're in the winner. But yeah, Articuno, because Electric is covered by... Well, yeah, Zapdos doesn't really cover anything you don't have, or necessarily have, and then Moltres is like, again, you not really covered. Ice being limited, I think there's only, like, what is it, 2? Dugong and the other one, Seal, I think are the only ice ones, and Lapras. So yeah, Articuno, but just purely on its out coverage. I also think Articuno's art in Gen 1 might be the better of the 3, but I don't remember. Oh, I hit the button too many times. That's okay. Panda says that Psyduck might be near Bill's in the area of the water if you have some rods. They're unsure, it's been a hot minute. Unfortunately, the only rod we have this early on is the old rod, which I believe only gets Magikarp. I think we need the good rod or the super rod, which both have their own drop tables, or spawn tables, I guess. Whatever you want to call it. So, it might be one of those two, or it might be surfing in that area might give you the Psyduck. I'm not quite... I'd have to double check. I think we've done everyone on this floor. We've definitely done that room by there. Have we done this one? You move around. I don't think you're a fight. We have stairs by there. We have the kitchen over here. Fun thing, not that it matters here. Gen 2. This bin? It's a great ball in Gen 1. It's a much better item in Gen 2. I'm pretty sure that's where you can find leftovers. Which... that would mean explaining held items, which isn't a thing in Gen 1. Gen 2, you can give an item to a Pokemon and it sometimes does things. What it does in... these are all fights, right? Yeah, but don't I have a fight outside as well? I think I do. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, we got fights outside. Okay. Hello. Who do you give on the trick? Oh, okay. So if we wanted to do an early Lapras, this is where you could get one. If you do the memory trick and you fight this guy, his first Pokemon is Lapras, the second is Machoke. Again, once we get out of S.S Anne, I'm not going to re-refer to the map anymore. Because we'll be avoiding trainers across the board. Unless they're mandatory fights, in which case we won't really be able to avoid them. But since we're full clearing here, and to sort of show how easy it is to get different Pokemon if you do the trick, then you see the point I'm trying to make. Astral Spectre says, alright, it's time to fight the Elite Four. Good luck, hope you win. I don't think there's actually any rough fights in that one. Even the final Elite Four is pretty easy if you abuse the AI. With what I mentioned earlier with the whole, like, it will try to use moves super effective but not actually check if the move is an attack. There's things you can do to take advantage of that. We're going to stick with Red Alert for the time being. Just because, again, the sooner we get you to level 20, 21, the better. Thank you for missing. That was nice. Almost 400 experience. Panda says Gen 2 and onwards don't exist, Gen 1 for life. I am a huge fan of Gen 2. It's the first one I finished. I admittedly never finished Red. I managed to do everything except the Sylph Co. headquarters, and then never really got past that. Because as a kid, I couldn't figure out how you were supposed to get the puzzle solved. So I know that's where the Lapras is. I know that's also where the Master Ball is. I know that that's the thing that was stopping me from fighting Sabrina, which would then stop me from fighting the 8th gym guy. But I managed to full clear the rest of it, just to say never there. You're a fight, aren't you? No, you're just seasick. You're a fight. You're not a fight. Are you the fight? Yes. Okay, check time. What are you? Arcanine and Tentacool. That's definitely a bit of a letdown compared to the other ones we could have got. And still, my best option against fighting Pokemon. My best option against most Pokemon, if we're going to be completely honest here, is I'm just going to do Alakazam. There's that 20. I don't want the disable, but I wanted the level 20, so you'd be closer to the fight that I'm a little bit concerned about. Not massively. Let's get the car battery in. I definitely need car battery to hit a few more levels. Astral says they may or may not have glitched in indefinite max survives and full restores. Oh, then you're going to be absolutely fine on the Elite Four. As for me, apart from showcasing different things like the memory exploitation trick, I'm trying to stay away from doing things like that. I will at some point be showing the missing no item trick which also means I have to show the missing no trick, and then how the missing no trick could be used with the memory access trick in order to do a really funny thing regarding Pokemon. But we're not going to be using the items I use for the missing no item trick, really. Outside of one meme. Not actually, the meme itself isn't even going to be that great. It's just funny to do it. I think we're going to clear out these fights here. You are not a fight? Oh. Hey, Snorlax. Yeah, we could see a Snorlax ourselves, but we're not doing that area. These two are fights. What do we get here with the trick? You two are... Oh, interesting. This one here is Tentacool into Machoke into Tentacool. The other one is Missing No, which is a bit of a... Ooh. Oh, Goldeen. Yeah, that will do it. Let's, as always, introduce the local water aquamarine life to a car battery. Fun thing with Goldeen is they just done that. They're one of the few Pokemon I think that learns... They might actually... I don't know if they are the only water Pokemon. It might be... Seal might learn Peck as well, but... Yeah, you can get some really weird typing moves on other Pokemon. For example, we have the Dome Fossil. The Dome Fossil Pokemon will eventually be able to pick up grass moves, despite the fact it is rock water, which is all the more reason why I love the thing. Also, thank you for the follow. Followers here are anonymous. Come on. Release the car battery. Oh, we're just gonna keep on going for the whole 5 turns, aren't we? Please don't prove me right. And done. Ooh, good chunk of experience. We might level up off with the Goldeen. There's... Goldeen might have a normal move that's more effective, but we're not going to find out. We did level up the Goldeen. Fantastic. Alright. What are you carrying? Is it Vulpix? I don't know if anyone here actually carries a Vulpix. I got a weird memory in the back of my mind that someone does, but I might be thinking of Gen 2. Oh hey, it's a Pikachu. Now, the funny thing to do here would just be to use Boney M, because the only move the Pikachu would have that would work is Quick Attack, but I don't know how well this is actually going to pan out. Especially if it's going to lower the attack of Boney M, and Boney M's going to miss. What a great idea it was to have an attack that misses. Oh, twice in a row. Boney M's going to do, like, no damage. Never mind! On a crit, yeah. Crit's gonna ignore all those growls. Goodbye, Pikachu. Beaten to death with a bone. You just leveled up twice? Were you level 15 before and I wasn't paying attention? Wait, yeah, it should have had Quick Attack. Why did you sit there and do Growl 3 times in a row? I don't really care about a Max Ether. Astral says it was me! Oh, you're both fine, right? You mentioned about Pokemon that ferry across, which is the hint that eventually you can learn how to surf. Let's see. I think this is the last fight, flat out. We get, through memory access violation, Tentacool and Pinsir, which... Pinsir is a Pokemon we cannot naturally find in Red, but we'll be trading that across with Blue as, say, near the end of the game. And the other one is Nidoqueen into Ghastly. Now I'm curious what it is that's going to give the Pinsir. Tentacle's probably going to be Growlithe, because it was earlier. Right? No, it wasn't earlier. Boney M is a high enough level. We can just sit here and just use Boney M. Of course you get a flinch, but that's okay. We get a roar, and then we just need to not miss. Thank you. Please don't miss. Thank you. Astral says Vaporeon are ridiculously tanky in Gen 1. The EVs are going to be a really weird one for me to try to do, because I'm going to have to sit there and I'm going to have to trade in, I think it's 4 EVs? No, 3 EVs, because we get one normally anyway. But I'm going to have to trade in 3 EVs, which means doing some really funky things with the save file. Oh, Ponyta. Well, I hit this one with a bone as well. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. And then that reduces our attack. That's gonna hurt again. Boney M might not be able to win this fight. We're gonna switch to someone who definitely can. We're gonna switch to... we haven't used them yet. We're gonna switch to Ducks. And Fury Attack. We need 3. There we go. Level 17. Aha, I was right. So, Gen 1, you oh, I wasn't sure earlier, but I am, this confirms it now. Traded Pokemon in Gen 1 do get bonus experience when they level up. Which means that when we get near the end of the game, and we do trade in and keep the uniques from blue, leveling those up is going to be a lot faster than regular Pokemon. But we're gonna... I believe we're done with the S.S Anne fights apart from the mandatory one, which is why we're now gonna go back, heal up, and then go deal with it. And I was right, it's about 1 hour to deal with S.S Anne. Again, we'll be skipping the Vermillion Gym because I don't really need the badge for it. We just need Cut, which means we'll be going straight into a new set of areas and hopefully getting a few new Pokemon. Like I say, I think Machop is coming up in one of the new areas. We won't touch Diglett until we... basically, when we loop around and we get back to an area that gets us back into Vermilion, that's when we'll go sweep through Diglett Cave. And who do I want in front? I don't want Boney M in front. I think we're going to lead with Car Battery. Party here looks solid, apart from Ducks, but Ducks is just there as a joke. I probably could switch... you know what, actually, we're going to get the safety in. We're going to switch Ducks for... Truck. Our Mew. Means I'm going to drop off the Farfetch'd here. Admittedly, we only really want Farfetch'd because of the fact that it fills out our Pokédex. Let's change this box to our really good box at the bottom. Except I hit A a few too many times. I've done it again. Because there's no confirmation sound when you hit yes, so I'm like, we haven't hit yes, I'm gonna hit it again. Okay, hello Truck. Despite the fact you're level 19, you're still gonna be pretty good as a backup option in case everybody else fails here. Worst case is we use Transform. Also, if this levels up, then you're gonna get a new move. I don't remember what move you get next. I think it's Mega Punch? Who knows? I do know that I'm going to teach it Cut. double check the party order again. Car battery is in front. Yeah, I think car battery being in front is fine. If it ends up being that it's not the Pokemon I think in first position of the person we're going to fight, then car battery is going to have a bit of an issue. But car battery is... You can probably figure out who we're going to be fighting based on the fact if I put car battery in first, and then I'm a little bit concerned about who we end up facing in what order after that, but not massively. It's Bob Ross! Bonjour! How's my Pokedex going? You already caught 40 kinds? Only 40 kinds? My guy, I'm on like 36, 37, and I haven't even bothered leveling all of them up. I'd be way ahead of you. I could even be higher than that, to be honest. I think we could hit the 50 right now if I did level everyone. Ah, yep, called it. Pidgeotto's in first. And we're slightly above the level curve here, so we should be fine, apart from the fact you have Quick Attack. But unfortunately, if I throw car battery hard enough, it can still reach you, and there goes half your health. And you didn't Quick Attack again, you fool! Easy fight. Okay. Raticate here is why I wanted to get Nidoking up to 23. Because we need the brute force to get through this, and we know that from an earlier fight that Nidoking can definitely take on Raticate and not care. We're gonna whip out Thresh. As I say, it's a very funny move. Astral is redeemed first! Congratulations! Astral also says, lol, first hadn't been claimed yet. Yeah, not a lot of people realize that it's there. Kadabra, we need to switch out to my reason for why we had to level you to 20. Which is... A, we stay ahead of the curve on level. B, so we definitely clean this fight without much issue. Yeah, see? If you disabled Confusion, I'm gonna be... Okay. I'm gonna disable your I'm gonna just keep on using disable until I get my Confusion back. Because chances are I'm going to disable its Confusion or disable, hopefully. Okay, our Confusion's back. I'm gonna do one more disable. Why am I getting teleport? Why am I so unlucky with this? Anyway, we need to actually do some more damage, and now we're confused, which is not great. If you disabled Confusion again... Okay, good, you got my teleport. I'm not a huge fan of disable. To say, I'm pretty sure Gen 2 is when it starts disabling definitely the last move used. Whereas we disable teleport twice, which is not helpful at all. We just need to hope that we can... Yeah, we got enough to get through this. Used a potion because of the weird way that moves work in this one, where they get their full turn after we do our action. Oh good, we won. And here comes War Turtle, which means we're going to switch to Car Battery yet again. So the backup plan there was, if Alakazam somehow didn't win that fight, we had the Mew to just sit there and keep punching it in the face. Now, War Turtle is a little bit bulky, but unfortunately for it, Car Battery is slightly higher of a level. Alright, get out of here, Bob Ross. Hit there was a cut master on board, but it's just a seasick old man. Bye, Bob Ross! Hello. I'm going to look in the bin. Yeah, I shouldn't have looked in the trash can, should I? We're just gonna rub his back a little bit, and somehow that's going to make him no longer seasick. We got magic hands like that. Oh no, I have no room for... Do I actually have no room for it? Hold on. Yep, that max ether we picked up didn't help. Let's just use it on red alert and restore disable. Here you go, buddy. Have 2 back rubs. Special like that. I want to see your cut technique. Give me the HM. Give it to me. HM01, even though it's not the first one you can get, which is HM05. Kind of backwards how that works. But, as I said, we're going to be teaching this too, and this is where it's going to start eating my inventory space, and only having 20 items is going to suck. This is going to get taught to Mew. Oh, Barry could learn it too? Well, we're not teaching it to Barry. Okay. And I'm pretty sure now when we step off of the S.S Anne, it's going to sail away. So, get ready to smile and wave. We're not going to be back here again. One of the many rumors that used to circulate with Pokemon Gen 1 was that after you beat the Elite Four, the S.S Anne would come back, and nope. No, it doesn't. Once it's gone, it is gone. It's also just occurred to me that every time we've walked back to the Poke Center, I could have also just used teleport. I promise I planned some things ahead, and other times it's just, I'm an idiot. Now, as I've also said, now should be the time where you go to the Vermillion Gym and fight Lieutenant Surge. We are not doing that. The reason being, we're basically trying to get as much of the game open as possible to see as many Pokemon as possible, so then we can get most of the grinding off-stream out of the way. Yeah, this is a good party composition. Oh, I also didn't read out the possible Pokemon you could have got off of Bob Ross. So, obviously, this one changes a little bit depending on which starter Pokemon he has. But if he has... we're gonna go with the first evolution Pokemon. If he has the Bulbasaur line or the Charmander line, it is Staryu, Shellder, Magmar, I think is the name, and Onix. If he has the Squirtle line, it is Staryu, Shellder, Magmar, and Chansey. But now we have to walk all the way up here. There's a few things we have to do inside of Cerulean. Specifically, we have a ticket to redeem. But Vermilion, again, we're not going to do that. I think we might hit Vermilion after we've dealt with getting into Saffron. Because there's a little bit of a quest, I guess you could call it, to get Saffron open. Which also gives us a few other things. For example, it can give me Eevee, which is a Pokemon we mentioned earlier, as well as other Pokemon we'll see along the way. And then it gives me a central area to move around easier everywhere else. This game doesn't let you hit A on items and then do things, but that does. Okay, so we didn't go into here, but we did read the sign that this is a bike shop. The bike is normally worth, I think it's 1,000,000 Pokebucks. But we have a voucher, which is apparently worth 1,000,000 Pokebucks. And it won't remove it to give it to us. It doesn't remove the voucher until the bike is in the inventory. Well, we don't need the SS ticket anymore, so that can go. I'll be with you in a second, bike man. Apparently I can't just drop my ticket on the floor. We're going to throw in the... You know what? We don't need to carry the dome fossil with us for a while. We also don't need the ticket. And then I think there's another key item we have that I don't really need. I don't really need an old rod, I'm going to be honest, because again, that just gives me Magikarp. So that's opened my space up a little bit more. But yes, we're about to get a bike. It's going to help us move around a bit quicker. I don't think you can key item bind it in this game, but we'll find out pretty quick. Potions, I'm going to pick up a big chunk of potions. 25? There we go. We're also going to pick up 10 repel. I'm fully aware of the fact that I've just removed, like, 2 things from my inventory and immediately then just dump more in, but as I said earlier, we're going to use HP up on the Alakazam. I think I just used it on the Alakazam. I did. So HP up improves the amount of health that it's going to have, and then a level 50 Alakazam with HP up will have a little bit more health than a different Alakazam that doesn't have HP up. So it's a little bit more survivability on the Alakazam. Okay, but clearly I get the bicycle and then I give you the vouchers, so thank you for that one. Let's see if I can bind it. By binding, I mean... Recycling allowed here? Yeah, it doesn't look like I can. Hold up. Okay. In later generation Pokemon games, you can bind a key item to the select key, so every time, well, select button, so every time you hit select, it uses the key item you have attached to it. Doesn't look like there is a way to do it here. Which is going to mean that I have to keep going into there every single time we want to do something. Which might mean I move... We're going to move Bicycle to the first position of the inventory. Because then it means I can actually get rid of all the potions that I've just bought. We don't have to worry about keeping them anymore. There we go. Okay. I need to now check if there's any new Pokemon we can get on this route. I think there is. So bear with me a second as I quickly flip through everything. Cerulean City. Route 9. Anything new? No, I'm wrong. There's nothing new here. So instead we're just going to blow through here and try to avoid as many fights with trainers as possible. Oh, an Oddish. Oh, are you going to be grass Pokemon? I might just send out Barry on this. Good here, Barry. Shame about the paralysis. Yeah, it's all grass. Okay. Barry, I know you're paralyzed, but please hit them all. And also, again, paralysis slows you down, so that's why Barry's going pretty much last, and I think it's going to be all these fights. Oh, hold up. Are you going to have Oddish, Bellsprout, Gloom, Weeping Bell? Yeah, I keep using Growth. Growth would be a bit more threatening, if not for the fact that... Actually, it might be a bit threatening. We are paralyzed. Yeah, that's helped you out enough with your defenses. because fire counts as special, and then every time we get paralyzed, it's not helping. It also means its grass moves like Vine Whip, if it has it, is going to cause a bit of an issue with our health bar. But it just keeps on using this, and then we're probably going to need another Ember after this, unless it's a crit. No, fine. You don't. Okay. That Sunspor's done generational damage to this whole thing. We'd be out of here, we might even be in another trainer fight, but unfortunately, the first Oddish had to whip out Stun Spore. And then we switched into Stun Spore. Barry's now 23. We might switch to Red Alert here, just because Red Alert will definitely go first, and I'm pretty sure I'm right remembering you have Poison as a subtype. Sucks to be you. Oh, hey. How are you gonna claim I deceived you? We could go down there for the item. We're gonna get the item. It's another TM. I probably should start throwing my TMs onto the Mew, because that would free up a lot of my space. What are you? Teleport? I could use the Mew for the Mew trick. That'd be very fun. That'd be so funny. I could... Oh... Should I? No. No. I want to put some actual good moves onto the Mew, because Cut is an okay normal move. It's not amazing, but we could need Cut a lot of the time. So I don't think I should put Teleport onto it. If we want to do the trick, we already have something that can teleport. Okay, I'm trying to remember the way to avoid most of these trainers. We're gonna take a step down here. Yeah, no, it's not down here. We have to go up and to the right. And then there's this guy who's a mandatory fight, and then I think we're in the clear. I don't remember what Pokemon this guy carries, so we're gonna leave Car Battery in first. Oh, bug Pokemon. Me and my paralyzed bug deterrent are probably gonna have some issues here. Do you have someone here has Tanglia, I swear. That's a level 20 Caterpie. You probably should let that evolve. I mean, maybe you're like me, and that there is one Pokemon in this whole game that I will not evolve, outside of the fact that we need to get the Pokédex entry, so we're gonna get 2 of them. I absolutely hate the Dragonite into Dragonair evolution. I think it's dumb. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't look like it would evolve that way. That's sort of like a Digimon evolution type thing, of it completely changing and looking different. The only thing that's related between the two is that they're both dragon. I think that Dragonair being a dragon serpent is a lot better than... We're gonna see Dragonair with a lot of them later in the game. Hello, Weedle. That's a poison type. We can switch to Red Alert. Do you switch to another Caterpie, or do you have an evolved bug? Not quite sure which one it's going to be. It's a Venonat. It's completely different. Okay. Venonat is a really cool bug. I like Venonat a lot. Unfortunately, I believe it's poison type, which means if we switch over to our good friend Boney M, and we hit it with a club, don't you dare disable the only attack move I've got. Yeah, super effective. Venonat, I think is a Pokemon we're going to get way later in the game. Its evolution is pretty good. It's actually really good. Okay, this guy we can avoid just by going this way. Then we have... Are you the Tanglia fight? You might be. We can avoid you too. Alright, cool. We're in a new bit of grass. I don't think we actually changed routes, so give me a second. Let me just double check that this is still part of it. Yeah, this is part of it. Okay, and then we've got the cave, so... Rock tunnel. I need to actually get this open. Do you have the Machop? You do, and you have a different Pokemon in it too. Okay. This is also probably where I want to switch in a water type, but we don't have a leveled up water type at the moment. I could just teach Bubble Beam to Mew, and we could just roll through this whole place with Bubble Beam. We're not going to. Leave car battery in first position. There are two Pokemon we want to get here. Which box am I on at the moment? Box 12. Let's switch this back to box 3. Start an entirely new box here. Eventually I'm gonna have to sit there off stream and like move everyone around, I think, but we'll be fine for now. We're going to deposit Boney-M. No, we're not. What am I doing? We can keep Boney-M. I don't really care too much about the Pokemon we're gonna get here, apart from the fact that we do need to level up and evolve Machop once. Not once, but like we need to evolve it and then we need to trade it, but we won't worry about that just yet. I say this is a stream focused mainly on progress, and then with the trade evolution Pokemon, we'll do what we did with Kadabra at the start of this. We cut by here to avoid that trainer. Finish my thought about the evolving. Next stream we'll be doing the level up once to then evolve Graveler, Geodude into Graveler, Machop into Machoke, and if we get Ghastly this stream, we'll be Ghastly into Haunter, and then that means next stream, as we do the level up, to get the evolution, we see all of them turn into the evolved forms, then we'll just trade them all straight away, trade them straight back. That way we get the Machamp, Gengar, and Golem, which means, yeah, that's gonna be next time. Welcome to Rock Tunnel. You're supposed to use flash here so you can see, but unfortunately, you can also just see the outline of the rock, and I remember that I need to go, I think it's, yeah, over to the top right to begin with. You won't see where the trainers are. I don't remember where the trainers are, but here's a Machop, which is not a trainer. Car Battery is going to introduce it to the wonders of getting paralyzed and beaten in a dark cave. A crit hit, you still only dealt that much damage? Please don't help. Okay. If I quick attack again, Pikachu is likely to get a crit, so we're not going to bother. We're just going to Pokeball it. We finally have a... oh no, we had a Mankey as well. We don't have a good fighting type. Debatably, Mankey is good as well, but Machop is the, as the name said there, powerhouse. I think it's a powerhouse of the fighting types. So, we're going to switch your name to Randy... I don't think I can fit Savage. I can if I cut letters out. We're going to go with Randy Savage. Randy Savage. I remember there's a trainer here. Where I'm a bit murky on remembering where to go with Rock Tunnel is the next floor, but I'm pretty sure I just had hard bottom left. Hey, Cubone! Pure ground type that I can do not a lot against with ground is now the only area we have an issue with, because again, we don't have a water type with us. I could just teach Truck Bubble Beam, but looking at it, we actually have a few issues against ground type because it's super effective against poison. It's gonna have to be Red Alert. Cubone is super effective against Barry. It's super effective against Nidoking. It's nullifying all the electric attacks, and it's super effective, I think, against Pikachu. Yeah, we're gonna have issues with ground types. I might actually need to whip out the Staryu and evolve it and level it up. Actually, we'll use the Magikarp because we should have done that earlier. So we can get our own Gyarados. Hello, Slowpoke. Poison, water. Psychic water. What am I saying? Poison. Just gonna vault this thing so many times it glows. Uh-oh. Oh, that's worse. Go on, Pikachu, where are your crits at? Oh, no. Please don't... Okay. It cleared confusion. I sort of stocked up on potions because I want to be able to get through here without backtracking. Because once we're through, we don't really have to come back here. So, the only issue is I put all the potions all the way to the bottom. I don't really care about the map, so the map can go all the way to the bottom. Oh, wrong one. Town map with potions, scroll all the way back up for potions, and then to heal up the car battery, and Red Alert. Unfortunately, we're doing this in batches of 20. But we have, I think, enough potions to just brute force this. I think there's also another trainer we're about to run into on the way over to the ladder to the top right. Please be the other Pokemon I need. It's not. Deeply annoys me. Yeah, Red Alert does need some leveling. We might leave Red Alert in... No. I was gonna say we might leave it in first, but... we kind of need the Paralysis. Paralysis isn't gonna affect the other one. Never mind. Red Alert can go to first position. Okay, now we need to go bottom left, so we're going to hug the left wall. There's a trainer right next to me. I think this is a Geodude Machop guy. No, it's another Poke-Nerd. Pokemaniac, even. With a Slowpoke! Well, here you go, car battery. Really, probably should have left you. No, I'd have to actually, like, look at who is what. That really hurt. I mean, it is a level 25 Slowpoke. There's the crit that we're hoping for. Thundershock just got disabled. That's right, we still have Quick Attack. The issue is that now we're hitting into not super effective and also using Pikachu's worst stat. And I think Slowpoke has good physical defenses and definitely has good health. So unless we get a crit or we get lucky with the damage, like we did, that's going to be a bit of an issue. Well, time to keep spraying my Pokemon. like they're going through some sort of like decontamination sequence. We give another one to Red Alert. There we go. I think I head up here. Another reason why we can leave Red Alert, Red Alert into first position. Zubat, I'm pretty sure, is weak to Psychic. Yeah, you type Poison. Yep, there she is. I think there's another fight after this one on this floor. Hello, Oddish. I really am just using Alakazam to brute force my way through this whole place. And yeah, I'm gonna miss items that are gonna be here, but I also don't care too much about Rock Tunnel. I don't think many people care about Rock Tunnel. Hey, Bulbasaur! Are you the first Bulbasaur of the game? I think so. Ooh. If you take yourself out with the confusion, it's gonna be... Ah, what a shame. It's gonna be great. Oh well. Confuse it again. Yeah, you lost. It's not great, is it? The nice thing about Red Alert is that we can get around Geodudes. Because again, we hit into their special, not their physical. There was a trainer there, which is why we ran out to the right side. Again. Oh, thinking on it, actually, we might need to come back here if people request certain Pokemon. Oh, okay. We might come back to Rock Tunnel at some point, but for this stream, unless someone does put a request, I don't think we have to worry. And even if they do, I might be able to find that Pokemon in a different trainer anyway. Hello, Geodude. You ready to get confused, buddy? I desperately need Red Alert to please learn another Psychic attack. This feels like I am going the right way. Oh, but then it splits. No, it doesn't. The ladder's on the other side of this. I'm pretty sure it's on the top of this little, like, outcrop by here. Ta-da! Is it not on the other side of this outcrop? What am I thinking of with this outcrop? The instant I see the other Pokemon we need to capture turn up and we get it, I can throw a Repel on and we don't necessarily care too much about what is here because the Repel... I got a wild fight straight into a trainer? Oh good, it's one of you. Oh, even better, it's one of these. But yeah, we can throw a Repel on, and then I believe it's the level of the first Pokemon dictates what we repel. So we should then have considerably less fights. Hey, Onyx. You're the one I'm looking for, but you haven't appeared yet. Which is what I would call unfortunate. There's the ladder. Okay, this is the bit where I don't quite remember where it is we need to go. And I just ran into it. This guy here, if I remember right, is the other one who can give you a Mew. Which makes it a bit unfortunate that we're now going to take out his entire set. We're really... I really wish we had a ether. Because we can only take out 10 more Pokemon, assuming we one-shot every single one we run into. I don't know when the next Psychic attack is. I have a funny feeling it's not until the 30s. The upside as well is that every time we level up, it does improve our chances of one-shotting anything that comes at us. But again, that's not going to matter if I don't actually have an attack. I could throw a TM onto Alakazam, but I don't think we should. Don't I have to, like, go through the gap here and then we, like, go down left? I think that's right. Come on. I'm gonna hit the ground, sorry, I'm gonna hit the wall, run right, and then if we run into a trainer, I'm gonna opposite wall, run to the opposite wall, and then continue right. Okay, no trainer. Surprisingly, no Onyx yet either. I'm wondering if it's limited to a certain floor. That's the only thing I haven't checked. We're too far over to the right, we need to go up a bit. I am going to double check to see if Onyx is on a certain floor. Onyx is a 5% encounter rate on the first floor, 9% on the first basement. And I don't know which one we're on. I think we're first floor. So it's 5% here. Which means we could be spending up to 40 minutes running around. That's a trainer. We could spend it like 40 minutes, just like we did for Pikachu in Viridian Forest. Which means my best bet at trying to get the Onyx is probably, the ad's arriving in like 55 seconds, it's probably gun it to the other side. So then we have a Poke Center there we can use. Okay, we're on basement with one floor. This is the last, I think, floor? No, it's not. We technically have to go to a different one. Ads arriving again, just to repeat it. Ads arriving in 35 seconds. We're gonna be stumbling around. If we manage to get out of Rock Tunnel, we'll wait. If we find the Onyx during the ad break, unfortunately we will catch it then, but we know where it is. I go through here, there's a fight though. No, there's not. Is it the next one? It's the next one. The next gap we have to get through has a Pokemaniac. And I'm gonna have no attack options on Red Alert unless we have an Ether. I don't think we have an Ether in my inventory. Please let me be wrong. Nope. Okay. That means we need somebody else up front. I'm gonna go with Barry. Because we also should be leveling up Barry. Here we go. You have a really weird Pokemon set, don't you? No, you're a Geodude guy. Speaking of, there's one. Barry might run into problems here depending on what moves are used, but we're just going to keep sticking with Ember because what else can we really do? Scratch isn't going to do anything. Rock Throw isn't that accurate, so we don't have to worry too much, but if it hits, it is going to hurt. Send another Geodude. I don't have anybody else who could take over for this, so it's going to have to just keep on going. I guess we could use Nidoking and Thrash. to brute force through that way. But again, ooh, yeah, it's gonna hurt. Again, its accuracy isn't amazing, but if it does land, it is gonna be painful. Ooh. Out it goes. Bye, Barry. Let's bring the Nidoking out then. The Graveler here can self-destruct. That's the thing I need to be worried about. And that will take out Nidoking. Straight away. Actually, it might not take out Nidoking. Yeah, we're okay. And then south? It's not south, is it north? Come on, yeah, okay, there's another trainer here. Are you the Pokemaniac I was thinking of? Yes. Oh, we got quick attack. Okay, good. That means we can just keep on vaulting this thing. About to use another Slowpoke. Don't change. We just need to get lucky with Disable. I think you had like 3 Slowpokes and a Trench Coat, if I remember right. I mean, I could check the memory access map, but... to see if I could check the memory access map to see if they're all the same result, but honestly, I'm gonna go with the idea they're all Slowpoke. Yeah, they're all Slowpoke. I think a crit would one-shot a Slowpoke. Uh-oh. Oh, we're still fine. Car battery has yet to let me down on confusion. But we are hurting right now. Oh, I happened to walk in the one spot I shouldn't have walked into. Okay, I think we're now at the end. Funny enough, the ads have also just finished. All that you missed are 2 trainer... oh, maybe 3 trainer fights that we just did. Let's go for 4. And I believe the exit is on this floor. Ugh. Unfortunately, both of my anti-grass are down, because Red Alert doesn't have an attack. Barry is unconscious. We're gonna have to send a truck. You would, wouldn't you? And because it moves faster, it's going to put us into a constant state of wrap. Oh, this is... I love this. Even if it didn't put us into Sunspore, it would have Sunspored anyway, and then it would just keep doing this. I think in Gen 1, every time it uses... like, continuously move of wrap, I think it uses PP, but again, the enemy doesn't care about PP usage. This is horrific. Bellsprout is going to take out Mew purely because Mew has been paralyzed. Maybe I should carry a paralysis heal, because this is the second time Stun Spore has been an issue. I think paralysis is the only thing that's going to constantly be a problem. Oh good, you missed. Get cut. It's not going to take you out though. Here we go. I also think in Gen 2, you don't get prevented from doing an attack if you're wrapped. It turns into like a... It's like poison, it happens at the end of the turn and deals damage. We need to send out... car battery. And I'm just gonna shock this thing. I thought it would deal a bit more damage. Fine, we'll do quick attacks. Clefairy, that's a normal type. We can thrash it. I don't care if this Pokemon has a good amount of health, I'm gonna thrash it anyway. I'm gonna need to really hope we hit the exit soon. The party's taken a good amount of hits. The paralysis there really did sort of just completely remove Mew off the table. There's also not the guarantee it wouldn't have just paralyzed it anyway in a later turn if it didn't get it off. There, guy! I should be running across the wall and I'm not. If I was running down the wall, I could bump into a trainer, we could hop over to the other side, but again, I'm just not. Thankfully, though, you're not whipping out the grass Pokemon just yet, if you have any. Please keep whipping out birds. Oh, that's a Rattata. Oh, I might run into Eradicate, and that's going to cause problems. Again, if it is going to try to use Eradicate on us, we can just... I'm glad that wasn't a Hyper Fang. We can just switch to Nidoking, and as usual, Thrash. But it's a Rattata. You know what? I'm gonna preempt, and we're gonna switch over to Nidoking now. Bellsprout. Stick with this. I think even if it is super effective, Thrash is going to deal enough damage we can just... Yeah, there we go. Well, I mean, it was a crit, but what I was going to say is I think we have enough damage through Thrash that we could just fight through it anyway. Okay, take one. There we go. And the exit should be... we go around the next bit of wall, and the exit should be straight hard south. I'm just gonna run from this fight. It's not an Onix. Are you an Onix? We don't have to come back here. We don't have to come back here. Time to see if I can paralyze an Onix. I don't think I can. Yeah, park ground. Thankfully that doesn't deal much attack. Sorry, deal much damage. I now need to get lucky. I'm gonna put a safety save here. But we're going to do a... Well, I guess we're going to do it when we actually can attack. But we're going to do a quick attack and hope I don't get a crit. Are you going full 5? Quick attack. Please don't crit. That is nowhere near as effective as I thought it would be. I'm getting flashbacks to that Bellsprout already. This is going to take a while. Okay, so even on a crit, we're not going to absolutely destroy that health bar. Let's get you down to at least half, and then we're going to start throwing balls. Okay. come on. It's not going to work with me on this, is it? We might need to come back here and try again. Although, now that we've seen it, I guess I could off-stream getting the Onyx. But I'd like to get it on-stream. We're gonna go down to 5 Pokeballs, then I'm gonna try the Great Ball. But I might need to come back here with a Pokemon that can do Sleep, because not being able to paralyze the Onyx is not helping. Never mind, we got it. I would like to give it a nickname. We're gonna name it Solid Snake, since we already have a big boss. I think I have enough room here. Oh, wrong button. Right button. Sorry, I'm being a little bit distracted here by the constant low health noise. Ah, one nice trainer. And I haven't healed the Pikachu. So we have to hope that Nidoking can carry us. Oh, it's a Meowth? Car battery, hit this as best as you can, because you're not going to be able to make it past this turn. Thank you. Oh, I guess we have Boney M still, actually. We haven't used Boney M. Start swinging the club. Just club it. Just club it. About to use Oddish. Nidoking, I love you. You're gonna send out a Pidgey? Oh, you're gonna send a Pidgey out now that my Pikachu car battery is gone? Yeah, it's a nice quick attack. How about you get thrashed? 2 crits in a row. My Nidoking is absolutely cracked. And a level up. Thank you very much. Please. I could just use a repel. Wait, you're supposed to be like a 5 or a 9%. How am I running into you twice? I mean, I can use teleport to leave, but I'm actually just gonna repel. Wait, am I not done? I am done. I thought it was like an opening like that we just came through for leaving, and not another ladder. This is a max ether, by the way. Which I don't need now, because we're about to reach a Poke Center anyway. I know you're a trainer, but I also don't want to risk it. So I'm just going to walk around the back of you. Okay, you were a trainer. Welcome to Lavender Town, where we're going to use the Poke Center and then leave. My Pokemon are fighting fit. Hope to see you again. Is Barry still first position? Good. Yeah. I don't want to move anybody else around. We're fine as we are. Although I do need to make a space, because we'll be picking up a Pokemon that I need to... the woods. I need to be able to pick up a Pokemon, literally. So I need the room where it won't go in my inventory. We're going to deposit... Do I need Cut? I need Cut to skip some fights. I'm going to deposit Boney M. Technically, we can go get our own Cubone now if we wanted to. Oh, Repel's effect wore off, that's okay. Not fight you. Ah, it means I have to fight you. Let me check the map, see which of these is more important to not fight. I am Scroll the map, scroll the map, scroll the map, scroll the map. I am here. The woman is better to fight than the other one. What's cute, round, and fluffy Pokemon? Are you gonna fight me with, like, 2 Jigglypuffs? Oh, Clefairy. And the trainers are now starting to match my levels, so... we're at least going to get some really good experience out of this. There's also another reason as to why I've been absolutely ramming Red Alert into most fights. Apart from the fact that Alakazam is really powerful. In order for me to get to the EXP ALL in this stream, I need to be able to get through an area filled with Pokemon that Alakazam should be able to sweep through. And then I just need the raw damage of, like, Nidoking, just in case for other things. So... oh good, it's burned, so it's going to deal less damage. Well, that's also nice too, but the main thing is we take less. It means I will be immediately turning around and going back to the Poké Center. Wait, actually I might not need to. Don't be so mean to Clefairy. You sent it out against my little burning reptile thing, so that's on you, not me. I also need to check if there's new Pokemon here. So we're just going to cut here. And then... let's see. Into Lavender, into Route 8. Route 8 has... this is where we can pick up Growlithe. But we can also pick up Growlithe later, so we're not going to pick it up right now. Because, again, I need that inventory slot open. There's a nicer place for me to try to get Growlithe, and it's actually... I need to remember this, Okay, there's those people who look both ways, which we can't really sneak past. Oh, you turned around. Can I... are you another one I can use for priming? Yes, okay. This guy by here, just like the guy on Nugget Bridge. This one you can use for the trick for the memory exploitation. If you wanted to get the Pokemon which are on the Nugget Bridge area, Route 20, whatever it is, 20 something, you'd probably need this guy here for it, because you should see you can scroll him off screen, you scroll him back on screen, it's great. If I step here, this is where we need to go. Department store in Celadon has a great selection, thank you. I'm sure it does. I'm not walking this. See why I'm not walking this? You hear a sleepy Pokemon appeared near Celadon City. Yeah, well... that's part of the thing we have to go deal with. This is the better place to get Growlithe. I'm pretty sure if I double check the spawns... we're on Route 7? We are. This gives me Growlithe. Also gives me Mankey, Oddish, but Growlithe is the main one we care about. And why is it a better place? Well, because we're right next to Celadon City, baby. Which is going to be the bane of my existence while we're off stream. Why? Oh, you'll see. I'll show a little bit of it, but first we have to go get a Pokemon. And then we're doing some evolutions. I said the instant we'd get the chance I was going to throw a stone at the Pikachu. Well, there's other stones we can get to. First off, you can actually go into the back of this building. We're going to go all the way to the top. This is actually where all the Game Freak people are. This is the little funky little building. And in here, there's everything in the... about Pokemon. Get together with your friends and trade Pokemon. Yeah, that's nice and all, but, give me your Eevee. Do you want to give a nickname to Eevee? I don't know what evolution we're going to go with first. So the way Eevee works, if you remember, we got Nidoking, Nidoqueen by using a Moonstone on Nidorina, Nidorino. I don't know if I got those two paired up right, but the concept's still there. If you give a certain stone of, I believe this game has Thunderstone, Firestone, Waterstone. I don't think there's a fourth one, but I could be wrong. Man, I gotta check the evolutions to be sure. But basically, the stones evolve certain Pokemon, and the Eevee can only evolve if you give it a stone. So if you bear with me a second while we quickly go look at the Eevee. Yeah, I don't need to have the Scyther information. I know where to get Scyther. Even, not Scythe. Okay, Generation 1, we have Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon. Leaf Stone is a thing in later games. Honestly, I don't really need any of these. I mean, I guess we could go Vaporeon. Would give me a water Pokemon. Does Vaporeon have a learn moveset from level up? In Gen 1. It does. Oh, interesting, it gets ice moves. Oh, Vaporeon it is. And then we'll get the other ones later. So if I can have a Vaporeon, I'm gonna go and call it... I was going to call it Earth, Wind, and Fire, but unfortunately, only one of those is actually a evolution. Let's go with... Beach. I want to call it Beach. You may be wondering, why am I suddenly caring about evolutions and evolving through stones? Why am I mentioning this, apart from the fact that that's how Eevee evolves? Celadon is also where you get those stones. You might think, oh, the fire, the water, the electric stone, right? Wrong. Not just those three. There's also a hidden moonstone, which is the one as a kid that I always got, and then it was the other ones I eventually found later, and then forgot about where one of them was in the wall. Well, similarly, if we go over here, we use this to cut this open. We walk up here and touch this rock. That's a PP up, that's not a moonstone. I swear there's a moonstone here. Guess we don't need to cut, because you can just go this way. I swear there's a moonstone in Celadon, but I don't care too much about it right now, because... Wait. Yes, I do. We have a Clefairy, so I guess I do care about the moonstone. Please bear with me for 1 second. That's a moon shard. I need moonstone. I need the locations, because I swear there's one here. No. Oh, there is, but it's not... Okay, okay, no, I get it, I get it. It is in the rocket hideout. I need to quickly remember how we get a thing. Okay, so we just saw there was a sign there about the exchange your coins for prizes. The reason I'm going to be spending a lot of time here, I think I have to talk to you. Nope, is it you? He's flat out busted. No more slots for him, he's going straight. You won't even need this anymore. Make room for it. Demanding, aren't you? I'm gonna finally get rid of these. I could have tossed them all in one go. That man is going to give me a thing, which is going to literally drain my hours of playing this game. He's given me a coin case. Get ready for this, because this is probably the most grinding I'm going to do in this game. Marwol. You're dancing around the object, you're not really explaining it. Well, let's actually start over here, so you might get a better idea of why this is going to be a huge grind. If I walk over here, ignore that man in the corner. Hello. What was that message? Welcome to Rocket Game Corner. The Moonstone is here somewhere. It's $1,000 for 50 coins. Why thank you, I would like 50 coins. Who are you? Welcome, you can exchange your coins for fabulous prizes next door. We have 50 coins. I'm just going to use one of these. I'm not going to do any save scumming. We're just going to go. We're going to put 3 coins to get the maximum possible number of win lines. Oh no, we didn't get anything. Okay, we'll go again. Not this time. We're going to keep going until we eventually win. Again, if I was save scumming this and doing like frame perfect, like step by step, which is genuinely how I'm going to do this. There we go, we've got a win line. We have won 15 coins. Hooray. Now you can get a few more free coins by speaking to different people, but we're going to go this way. I think that's not too bad, especially if I can go frame by frame, which I will, again, I will be doing it. There are 3 things here we can exchange with. We can get Abra, Clefairy, Nidorina. We don't need these, but you can see that it's already like a lot of coins just for these. It's a lot of coins. Well, what about here? Oh, a Dratini at 2,800, Scyther at 5,500, and Porygon is the max. So if Scyther, I can, as I said, I know how to get Scyther. You can get it here, you can get it later in an area we won't be seeing in this stream. We will be seeing it later. Probably next stream, actually, judging by how quickly I got through this. But if I want to get these 3 Pokemon now, I would have to grind a lot of coins, because it's not just these 3, there's also moves you can buy too. I don't remember what these moves all are. One of them is really good, I don't remember which one it is, but if I want to have the Pokemon, I'm gonna have to grind like 20,000 coins to also pick up the moves as well. So that's gonna be fun, and I'm gonna have to deal with that at some point, but someone mentioned a giant department store, and this isn't it. It's actually right here. Items. I'm pretty sure this is where we can get Great Balls, and if we can, I'm going to ditch all of my regular Pokeballs, and we're going to pick up the better ones. Second is the trainer market, third is the TV game shop, 4 is the wise man gifts, 5 is the drugstore, and then the top is the vending machines. I mentioned we're going to have to do a quest, and eventually once we finish that quest, we'll be able to go do Vermilion City. We're not going to do Vermilion City just yet, but we are going to open up Saffron, because it's going to make it easy to get back through. I'm hoping, say, the end of this, we'll have the EXP ALL, which means we have to do a few side things. Well, not really side things, but mainline things. You are the one that says balls, right? Yes! Great balls. Quit. You're coming with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's still in 6th position. Potions we'll leave there. I'm going to... yeah, I'm going to ditch all of these. No. We're going to keep the repel just for the time being. Might as well use a PP up, even though there's nothing here that I really want to keep. But I'm using it just to get rid of it. Beach is level 25 already. give me 20. Then you sell TMs. Some of these TMs are really good as well. I'd have to look at a TM list to be able to figure out which one, but I think we can get some really fun, powerful moves out of that too. And then this floor is... I forget what. I forget what TM18 is. Counter? It's... That's the sort of move you put onto a bulky Pokemon. And then these people, I think you give me Mystery Gift. No, Kangaskhan for Graveler. You're the one that tells people about, like, trade evolutions being a thing. Graveler turn into a different Pokemon. That should clue that Graveler evolves again through trade. I think this is the drugstore, which is where you buy... No, this is the Pokédoll. Firestone, Firestone, Leafstone, Thunderstone. Leafstone is a thing here? What's Leafstone used on? I forget. But while we're here, we need to pick up a Thunderstone. And a Waterstone. Okay, well I guess we can't. Hold on. I'm gonna throw a stone at the car battery. Marwol. You've said many times that evolving a Pokemon with a stone means it won't learn moves. Why'd you evolve the Raichu? Simple. Pikachu's learn set is really slow and really bad in this game. We're going to be able to pick up better moves for it through TMs. Having said that, Eevee is clearly the exception to the rule because now we're going to get a Water Stone. And then we're going to throw it at the Eevee. We'll get a Vaporeon. What's my Pokedex at now? 40. But we're still not done. I want to show the drugstore quickly, even though we don't have the money for anything in it. Also, we need to pick up a Pokédoll at some point, but don't worry about that just yet. Each of these will help raise a stat of a Pokemon. I believe in order it's health, attack, defense, speed, special, but I could be wrong. And then you sell X accuracy. We've seen the X items used a few times. Dire Hit, if I remember right, doesn't actually do anything in this game. I might be a bit wrong on that too, but what I'm not wrong with is X accuracy. So these are all items that will raise an aspect of a Pokemon. So for example, X speed improves the speed, special improves special, X accuracy improves accuracy, but what it actually does is it makes it so every attack automatically hits. That sounds pretty good. There is a type of move, there is a group of moves, I should say, not type, because that implies, like, you know, fire, electric. There is a group of moves in this game that have a 30% chance to hit. For a very good reason. But if you use X accuracy, they now guarantee the hit. Nidoking can learn one of these moves. For my next trick, I'm going to pick up a fresh water, soda pop, and a lemonade in that order. And we're going to go talk to this person. No, we're going to go talk to the sister. Thirsty, you want something to drink? Have some fresh water. We now have TM13, which is Ice Beam. Do you remember how I said that there's not many ways to get around a lot of really dangerous Pokemon in this game, and that Mew can learn TMs from anything? We have a few Pokemon, including Nidoking, that can learn ice moves. Truck can learn it because that's, you know, Mew. And Vaporeon can get it, but I think they can learn it through level up anyway. Now, as funny as it would be to give Nidoking an ice move, which is brutal, we're gonna put it onto Mew because it's special and it scales better with Mew than it would with Nidoking. But what I don't know is if we can constantly give that girl little girl water. So we're going to see if we can buy another bottle of water. Yeah, you can only give her one of each. Okay, that's fine. This water isn't wasted. We can use it somewhere else. Let's actually, I'm going to look at my TMs, see which ones of these we can hand to Mew. Bide? I don't want to teach Bide to anyone. Water Gun. Just so you have a water move. We'll pick up a Soda Pop and then a Lemonade. I don't know if I have the room for a Lemonade right away. Yeah, we don't. I'm gonna give you a Soda Pop. TM48 is Rock Slide. It can spook the target. Yeah, it can cause a flinch. This one is going to Nidoking. Because that gives us more anti-fire coverage, as well as giving us better coverage against air in case something happens to Carbattler. Carbattler? Carbattery? You can only learn no more than 4 moves. Delete it. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Poison Sting. And then finally we need to buy Lemonade. Oops. Oops. I keep accidentally hitting A and then getting worried. Have some lemonade. Tri-Attack, which, if I remember it, is a normal move, but it deals really good damage. I'm going to teach that to Red Alert. I might teach it at Red Alert. I'm not going to, though. Anyway, you've all probably been driven insane by the music we're hearing here in the march, so we're going to leave. Now, I mentioned that the water we're carrying it's not an issue that we can't give it again to get another, like, Ice Beam or anything like that. The reason behind that is, you may remember in the first stream, we walked into an area. I'm going to use the bike. We walked to an area and there was a security guard who said, "Sorry, I'm so thirsty right now. I can't let you go past. You're not allowed." Well, I'm going to go this way. And then we're going to go... not there. We need to go here. And he's going to stop us again. He's parched. He's going to take the water from us, and now we can access not only Saffron... He's going to share the water with everybody else, and now we have access to Saffron. Which is a funny place to be, because now we can get access to Vermilion from here. We can go north and get back to Cerulean. There's also some Pokemon we could pick up here. There's also some things we could pick up here. For example, if you have the Pokédoll, like I just mentioned, there is a person you can speak to and you will learn the move Mimic. Yeah, we go this way. We're back in Vermillion, but I don't care. We mainly did this to open up another way through to Lavender again. If I wanted to really sequence break this, I think we could go to... try to do Sylph now? No, we can't. We'd have to do Sylph, I think, after we do the thing that's going to let me get to the EXP share. I guess now is a good time to catch Growlithe. I'm going to do Barry in first position because this could take a while. And then we're going to fight a lot of Team Rocket. Yeah, see, level 20 Pokemon. We have a new place for me to grind. But again, EXP share is going to make everything a lot faster, a lot easier. It means I'll be able to get the other Pokemon online and ready and done in time. Trying to learn Rage? Ooh, that is actually a pretty good move. Rage is a move where if we use it and then we take damage, we improve our attack as if we'd like raised it through a stat boosting move. Which is... it's really good on a Pokemon who can be durable because then obviously you take more damage, you're dealing more damage as the fight goes on. Oh, well, we're out the fight. That's going to be the issue with fighting Pidgey, is it can whirlwind us, and at that point we don't really have anything we have. So we don't really get anything out of the fight. Hello, Mankey. Mankey can learn Rage, I'm pretty sure. But, yep, once we got it rolling, just like Thrash, it's just going to keep on going. Our attack is now doubled, I think. Which is more than enough for that. But really, I just want my little Growlithe. Growlithe, by the way, you need a Firestone to evolve it. I don't care too much about Growlithe, I'm going to be honest. I know a lot of people really like Growlithe, and I know a lot of people love Arcanine, but I've never really cared much for them. In Blue, we would instead be seeing a Vulpix, and why'd I use Rage as opposed to Ember? I mean, we're still going to rip through the Oddish before the Oddish can deal with us, but if we get paralyzed, it might knock me out of... It's not going to affect me, you can only hit what we will on status. But I think we're going to get through this before we run into an issue. If we get paralyzed, it might stop the Rage, and then we can just use Ember like I should have done. But on the other hand, we're still going to just massacre this thing. Look, you have 3 powder attacks, but you can only choose 1. And then I kind of need to go to a Poke Center. I should just teleport, but it is right here. Once we get the Growlithe, we're going to roll the story on a little bit further. As I say, Rocket Corner might be the home of Rocket Hideout. It is. We'll see how we get there in a second. We then need to full clear, well, not necessarily full clear, but there's a thing we need in Rocket Hideout, which we actually need to use in Lavender Town. But we haven't been to the place where you need it in order to... Let's scale this back so it's a bit easier to explain. The reason we didn't do anything in Lavender Town is because you need an item in order to really do anything there. If you don't have an item, you just make a little bit of progress, then you get told, hey, you need this thing. I hear it's being developed by this group, but it got stolen. So then you have to go find the items, so then you can carry on. And then once you get the thing, the reward for it is being able to get a flute that will allow us to deal with a roadblock. Sort of like a Pied Piper situation. And that is what's going to get me access to the place where I can pick up EXP share, but also get me into an entirely new zone. There's Growlithe, and if you remember right, this thing packs Roar. So we're going to just throw a Great Ball here. I am going to put a safety save in case we get roared, because then we don't have to sit here and waste time trying to get another one to appear. Okay. We'll use Bite. I'm going to risk something here. Because we have the safety. I'm going to risk getting out Car Battery and going for a Paralysis. Damn. Great Ball it is. Really, I should have left Car Battery in first, but it's okay. We'll get an Arcanine at some point. I might look at the moveset for Growlithe and level it up until it no longer learns moves I care about, and then use the stone on it. I think Arcanine's only move it learns is... I think it's called something like Super Speed? I'm just gonna call this Good Boy. Which is a movie that I still need to watch again. Oh, I also need to go see the new Predator Badlands movie. Okay, now that we have this, I'm going to completely wreck Team Rocket. In theory. You see, from the times we fought Team Rocket, you might realize that, like everyone else, they have a certain pool of Pokemon. They have Zubats, they have... Actually, we haven't fought that many Team Rocket. Basically, Alakazam is going to just completely massacre Team Rocket. And we're also going to find the very funny haha no move that can be given to Nidoking. Hello, freak. Guarding the poster? Go away or else? Why? Who are you guarding it from? Me? I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, you and your little whip. Hi, Raticate. Raticate is the only thing we have to worry about because of the whole Hyperfang problem. But as long as we get the first hit out, we should be okay. We got lucky there with a crit. Here comes Zubat. Basically, I could use Car Battery for the Zubats. A hideout might be discovered. I better go tell the boss. And then he runs off to the right side, but there's nothing there. Well, if you look at this poster, there's a switch. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't completely remember the right way to go in this place, but I do remember where most of the fights are. If you have an escape rope, I think you can use this Team Rocket member for the memory access trick. You're not the move I want, are you? You are an escape rope, though. Oh, I remember where the move is. It's at the end. It's in a really weird puzzle area. Hold up. Good to go down on the floor. Skip around you. Here. We want to go... Right. I think that's the Moonstone there. Might be able to see why this area is not that well loved. This is going to take a hot minute. So the gimmick is you step onto the tiles and then you get pushed somewhere. This, I think, is the Moonstone. I should really throw the town map into the place. I know I keep going about needing an ether, but I think we're gonna, yeah, ditch the escape rope. That's a nugget. We need to hold on to that just for the money. Which means I need to actually get rid of the max ether. This here is the TM that we need, so we're gonna use it instantly. Yeah, get rid of the ether. Makes me sad, but oh well. That's the Moonstone. Is this the TM then? What are these I do actually need to use? Whirlwind? I'm never going to need Whirlwind. We can get rid of that. TM07, that should be Horn Drill. What is Horn Drill? Why does Marwol really like it? Well, Horn Drill is one of those moves that can be taught, and I mentioned earlier that it only has like a 30% chance to hit. The reason is, if it hits, it instantly knocks out the Pokemon. Which means that if I finally burn through all these TMs in my inventory and we start carrying X accuracy, Nidoking can now one-shot every Pokemon that we run into. I think, if I remember right, we need to take this path. And then we need to go this way. And then we need to go this one. There are other items here, but I don't really care about them. In the future, if we have to go through this puzzle again, I am going to use the turbo button because we'll just stop where we stop. The goal of this dungeon is to get passwords so we can use the elevator to then get to the boss. I want to try to avoid fighting Team Rocket members. I don't remember if the Team Rocket members disappear once we defeat the boss. Although, I say that, I'm pretty sure I have to fight the Team Rocket members to get the password. I don't remember who it is that I have to fight in which order, though, so we're gonna go with you. Oh, regular Rattata? Man, aren't you just full of disappointment? About to use a Raticate. I honestly thought these guys used more poison Pokemon than they really seem to be using. You might learn a move at 28. Another Raticate? I'm actually going to switch. We're going to switch to Barry. I also thought you guys were, like, higher leveled. I thought you guys were, like, 23, 24, not 19. I also probably could have got away with just using Rage here. Another Rattata. We're just going to use Rage on it. Should be okay. I mean, we're sort of risky on it. We're going to get taken out by another Hyper Fang, but we're okay. Ooh, good. Very hit 25. Them Team Rockets and their Pokemon with their big fangs. Loads of big fang Pokemon everywhere. Yeah, I thought they used more Zubats, Grimers, and Coughings, but I guess not. I was going to throw a quick few potions onto Red Alert. Yeah. Alright, I have to talk to you again, don't I? Take the elevator to see your boss. Yeah, but don't you have to give me the password? Yeah, because there's a gateway there. I need a password for it. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know how to get the password. We have to go somewhere else. It's still here, but it's a different floor. Ah, we need a key. Oh, wait, I might not have the key, because the key might be one of the guys I didn't fight earlier. No, the key's in a pot plant, isn't it? Well, there's the Grimer I was expecting. I thought Red Rocket used more Grimers and Coughings. Yeah, they do. They're just not the person I thought. Here they are. And there's another Coughing. Red Alert might hit level 28 by the time we're done here. You don't know where the Silph Scope is. Okay, I think the key is... Well, we can go this way and it easily gets us back out. I don't think it's you that drops the key. I don't think it's you, but we're gonna fight you anyway because we have to fight you to get past. Cass asks, so how is the Pokemon going? I'm trying to remember where the key is without fighting too many Rocket people on the off chance that when we finish this area we can still use the Team Rocket people to do the memory access trick for different Pokemon. Which is making it a bit difficult because I have a funny feeling I have to fight a Team Rocket guy and then he goes, oops, my key, and then we get given the key. Which means I should probably leave my inventory with a space open so we can get the key. Psybeam, finally! But apart from that, we've skipped Vermillion, and we're just sort of showcasing Alakazam still as being the be-all end-all. We're also now, I think, 41 or maybe 42 Pokemon in the Pokédex because we've evolved the car battery, and we have a Vaporeon. What do we got for Pokédex? 42? 41. Let's make that space just in case. I'm gonna get rid of... Oh, it'll be 42 when we go evolve the Clefairy, because I don't really care much about Clefairy. Which move are you? You're Counter. I don't really know if I really care about Counter. Counter's a very, like, physical move. You know what? I can always buy more Repel. We need the lift key to run the elevator. Yeah, I have a funny feeling it's in a plant pot, unless it's this here. That's TM10. What are you? I wish it would show me what the TMs were when we picked it up and not just when we get given them by someone. Double Edge? I don't know if that's a ground move in this game. I don't think it is. I think it might just be normal. I'm gonna toss it. Cass says, oh yeah, this part, this annoying part. Yeah, it's a thing. Wrong one. Okay, the ads have arrived. I think I need to get to that staircase there to get to the key, or the password. That's another rare candy, that's fine. Because not only do we need a key, as I've mentioned, we need a password as well, so we're going to be going through this at, well, the rate we're going through it. I don't think you matter. I think you're an optional fight that I don't need to do. That just gets me back to where I don't need to be. The one beneath me gets me where I don't need to be. This one gets me to where I need to be. Okay, he's a mandatory fight. He's not a fight because we don't have to step forward too far. Okay. Is that the key? That's a HP up. That's going to immediately use that on the Alakazam. Wait. Gen 1 might not have the thing where an item can be inside of a different sprite. I think you have the key, but I'm going to check this item by here. That's TMO2. I don't think TMO2 is one I care about either. Cat says Double Edge is a normal move. Yeah, I don't care about Razor Wind. Razor Wind is bad in pretty much every game, but we'll get rid of that one. You, I think, have the key. Or a password. It's one of the two. But yeah, I couldn't remember if Double Edge is, well, whatever Double Edge is. I don't really care. I don't like it that much anyway, because it's one of those moves with the recoil. And I'm not a huge fan of recoil moves. Psybeam is a bit overkill for this. We can just use Confusion. $500 experience for coughing is crazy. Alright, keep it going. There we go. But as I say, I'm pretty sure I need to fight somebody else and get a password. Is it... Might be there's a guy down here. Or is it just fight you? And the password is just Gen 2 with that one's Rocket Dungeon. If you've just come back from the ads, welcome back. We found the lift key. It is indeed... well, I say indeed, they might not have even seen that bit. Down that set of stairs, there is one Team Rocket guy. You go fight him, he drops the lift key, you pick up the lift key, you now have, as I've said, the lift key. Now we need to go back to the elevator, lift, whatever. As I said earlier, we're going to just speed through this. Because we're going to stop where we stop, and then it's this one, and then it's this one, and then it's here into here. There we go. The joys of a speed up button. Imagine doing this on hardware. That would take a while, wouldn't it? Which floor do we want? We want, I think it's basement 4. Bing bong. Oh, there's an item here. No more room. Oh, I need room because of what we're going to be picking up. I need to pick another TM to get rid of. Body Slam? Toss that. And then TM11, I think, is another one we can get rid of. Oh, now it's Bubble Beam. Have Bubble Beam. There we go. Iron. Thank you. That can go on to Nidoking. Make him a little bit more durable. Okay, do I just have to fight you two guys in order to get this door open? I ruined your plans at Mount Moon. Here I come to ruin the day again. you learned from me last time? Oh, you have a sand shrew. That's very cute. I have a man who can bend a spoon. I'm gonna Psybeam this. Just because I think Confusion might not take it in one hit. You're about to send out Ekans. Confusion should take this in one hit. There we go. Look at it go. Look at it all fall over. And Sunslash. You know what, we'll switch over to the Vaporeon for this, just so it's not all going to be Alakazam. And Bubble Beam. And through. How could I not see the beauty of evil? Very easily, apparently. What three have you got for me? Ekans? Well, we know how this is going. We might actually have Alakazam faint when we fight the boss. But we'll also get through pretty much his entire roster before that happens. Although we just hit 28, maybe we'll be okay. You know what? You're gonna whip out a ground Pokemon, I'm gonna whip out a water one. That's just how this works. Arbok, this is the first Arbok we've seen. Arbok being the Ekans evolution, which means now I can go ahead and just level that up and evolve it off screen. Psybeam this just in case Confusion doesn't quite get through. And down. Nice and simple, straightforward and easy. Can you open the door for me, please? Cute. I was right. So yeah, Generation 2, you do need passwords for that sort of thing. This game, not so much. Hello, the boss of Team Rocket. Are you named? I think you are named in this gen. Look at him, he's in a suit and it's Giovanni. First Pokemon out the gate is an Onix. Giovanni doesn't quite adhere to the same Pokemon grouping that his team does. But that's okay. Psybeam will melt it anyway. Next up is Rhyhorn, which is Heart Ground. We can just swap. There we go. Over to this one. And yet again, Bubble Beam. We're going with Bubble Beam, by the way, every time we use Vaporeon, because I don't think the stats are very good at the moment for Vaporeon, but Bubble Beam's damage is pretty good anyway. So... oh, never mind, the special stat's actually good. We could probably get away with using the other one. Kangaskhan, or how do you just... I'd probably get away with Kangaskhan. Let's bring out Nidoking. Hello, you normal type Pokemon. I know we're like way under. We're gonna see if we get lucky with a regular Horn Drill without using the X accuracy trick. Comet Punch is gonna hit for a lot of damage. We've missed. Oh well, Thresh it is. It's got Rage, we've got Thresh. We're gonna have a bit of a damage race on our hands. We're not gonna win. We're not gonna win. I thought we were gonna hit more than that, but Kangaskhan definitely has a lot of bulk behind it compared to the Nidoking. So it's got the health just to sit there and pile on its attack stats. We don't really, and now its attack stat is going to be through the roof, which means we need to go first. And I think we know who goes quicker. Let's see about the car battery. And it's faster than car battery. That's terrifying. I should use quick attack. But we're okay. Very nice, 1,000 experience. Goodbye, Giovanni. I raise him with utmost care. I guess you could say that. Child like me would never understand what you hope to achieve. Hope we meet again. Oh, we will. And now we have the Sylph Scope, so now we can actually go do Lavender Town. And it looks like the Team Rocket people might stick around, so we might have these people if we ever want to do the memory trick. So we have a few more options. You, however... Don't you have, like, a Grimer in your first set? You do. It's gonna be a long time before we can get a Coughing and Grimer of our own. They appear in a really weird place, but we'll get there eventually. We're opening the door. And then we got you to fight as well, and then we're done. Oh, I guess we could go evolve a Clefairy. Very important. I don't think there are any other Moonstone Pokemon in the game. I think it's just the three that we... Well, the Nido, and the Clefairy. Actually, I say that Jigglypuff might be in Moonstone as well, but I think that evolves to level up as it is. I'm just gonna Psybeam you. I know it's not gonna be great damage, but it's still gonna be more than Confusion. Yeah, this is great. We can afford to sit here. We have 2 attacks now, so if one gets disabled, we can just go with the other one. I'm hoping we don't lose Psybeam. Oh, well, you're not even going to get the disable to work. And out goes Drowsy. What have you got next? Machop? Oh. Buddy, I don't know how to tell you this, but that was a bad move. Look at that. Nice and... Well, I would say nice and simple, but nice at the very least. So, as I say, we're going to go evolve a Clefairy. And then we're going to go and get a few more Pokemon. So, the Poke Center's this way. I think the Clefairy's in box 1. But we're going to go to box 12 to put the good Pokemon in. We're in box 12 already. Which is kind of an issue, because that's what the Growlithe is. Do I need to keep Beach with me? No, not really. Kaz says Marwol's solution is to Psybeam everything. Alakazam is going to carry us through the next area as well, because of the predominant enemy we're going to be fighting there. I don't need Cut. I will need Cut eventually, I don't need Cut right now. Nidoking we can throw into the box. And then we need to change to, I think box 1 has the Clefairy in it. There's Alien. And then we're just gonna hit it with a rock. 42 Pokemon. Right? Yep. And then I'm obviously not going to be carrying around a Clefable, whatever that was. So, the alien can go back in the box. Leave it on box 1 for the time being. Wrong one. I want Pokemon. We have 4 spare slots. I need to definitely heal up. And then we need to rotate car battery back into position 1. Which is, as I think that is now giving away the next fight that I intend to do. There's no point using the bike because I'm pretty sure we get dismounted when we walk into the area here, but we use the bike after we get out of this. Where's the bike? There's the bike. Wrong way. We could pick up a Mr. Mime here, and we could pick up a fighting type here, but we're not going to worry about that for this stream. We might do that next time. Yeah, see, we get dismounted when we go through. Bike this. And then we need to cut here, so we get to skip some more trainers. Surprised that didn't actually end up giving me a fight, but I'm glad it didn't. And then I need to remember we didn't fight the guys, so we can go this way. And then just in case anything goes wrong, we're going to use the Poke Center here, so we appear here again in the future. But also so I can teleport back here in case something goes screwy. Alright, so why do we need the Sylph Scope? Well, this building by here, if we read the outside. May the souls of Pokemon rest easy, Pokemon Tower. This is a giant graveyard skyscraper thing. The Sylph Scope allows you to see ghosts. If we go into here and we don't have the Sylph Scope, we can't see ghosts. And there's actually an enemy that we can't defeat because we can't see ghosts. So then you have to go get the Sylph Scope. Because of the way we've done this, we've actually ended up with the Sylph Scope now. Well, before we set foot in here, so we can just do this whole area in one go rather than have to do it twice. But the first thing we have to do is get past Bob Ross. My Pokemon don't look dead. Did I change car battery into first position? I don't think I did. I think it's still Alakazam. Oh no, car battery is... And now your Pokemon are roughly around the same level, so this should be a better fight. I don't think you have an Alakazam yet. I think you're still on Kadabra, but I could be wrong. You have a Growlithe? You have a Growlithe? Okay, that one actually has surprised me. I didn't realize you switched to a Growlithe. That's right, we'll fight fire with fire. In the form of I'm going to use Rage. And then we're just going to sit here. It's an easy win. There's 2 moves you've used that have not dealt damage, and even if you did use damage moves, you'd still lose because my attack increases every time. Simple. Now you have an Execute, which is a bit of an issue because that's Grass Psychic, and my Fire Pokemon is currently using Rage, but we're going to stick with it. Because the attack stat would have been boosted enough that even if you do have a good amount of health, which Execute kind of does, we're still going to deal good damage. How have you missed twice in a row? How unlucky have you been, Bob Ross? Hypnosis also didn't work either? Wow. Now it did, which has probably knocked me out of rage, which is going to mean we can wake up and use Ember if we don't get knocked out ourselves. I think Barrage is a multi-hit move. Nope, we're still in rage, and we're still going to... Oh, it's going to increase every... Oh, no. We woke up. Are we still using rage? You fool. I'm going to rip through this. I might actually have enough attack boost here to just go through the War Turtle, too. You got Kadabra? Yeah, I'm sticking with this. I don't care if you do move faster. You're not going to be able to take out Barry in one go. There's the Rage. I hope you disable that Rage. You disabled Ember? Goodbye. Who would have guessed that an angry Carmelian would be the one to... Oh, let's see. War Turtle might be able to win this. But it depends on how hard we hit with Rage. Oh yeah, okay. War Turtle has a chance here. War Turtle won. Unfortunately for War Turtle, its old Nemesis car battery is still available. Is that the best you've got? Tail Whip? What a shame. You may have noticed that Rattata, or Raticate, is no longer a part of Gary's party. There's the common theory that we've actually defeated that Raticate so hard that he has now had to bury it here in the tower. You just caught a Cubone? You just got a Cubone? Well, funny enough, I caught a Cubone before I even got here. Can't find the grown-up Marowak yet? I doubt there are any left. Got a lot to accomplish. Smell me later. Well, if I decided to level up Cubone, we'd have a Marowak of our own. Who have I gotten first? It should now be Red Alert, who we didn't use at all in that fight. A Silph Scope might be able to unmask them. So here we go. I need to get a Ghastly, which should be the first Pokemon to appear, because I think it's the most common. No, we got a Cubone. Interesting. Cubone at level 22 as opposed to at level 7 like the one we got. It's fine, we'll just use Confusion. Yeah, I was wondering if Confusion would be good enough, but it is. I think all of the trainers here use Ghastly. Here is one now. Fun few things with Ghastly. It is the only ghost type in this... Well, I say it's only. Ghastly and its evolutions, I believe, the only ghost type in this game. Ghost, because of a coding oversight, does not deal any damage, really. Its psychic types are immune to Ghost, as opposed to being weak to Ghost like they should be. Ghost moves are basically trash as it is anyway. The reason being, the only Ghost move that deals damage that actually isn't locked is Lick, which is very weak. The other Ghost move is Nightshade, and that damage is based off of your level. It's kind of funny because the only Dragon move in the game is also locked to a certain damage value, and thus means that it doesn't matter if something is weak to Dragon, you are always dealing the same amount of damage regardless. Now where this is about to get fun is I need to try to catch this Ghastly, and then we have to name it. Straight out the gate. Would you like to give a nickname to Ghastly? Yes. Cass requested we catch a Ghastly and name it Black Flame, and I'm pretty sure I remember that right. Yes. Name it Black Flame. Now, I think Ghastly evolves at 25? I might be wrong on that one. If it does evolve at 25, that means we're then going to do a trade to turn it into a Gengar straight away. Oh, Black Flame actually fits perfectly. But, yeah, we're just going to look at the moves here. Ghost Poison, so... We haven't, I don't think, ran into... No, we have. Rock Ground Pokemon take 4 times damage from Water. Ghost Poison takes 4 times damage from Psychic. I'm pretty sure. It's at least weak because of the poison. Gengar doesn't really become a possible counter option to Alakazam until, like, Gen 2, when they fix a lot of the issue with the Ghost. But here we have Lick, Confuse, and Nightshade. Lick is weak, Confuse Array is it just confuses and it's guaranteed as opposed to Supersonic, which can miss. Nightshade, as I mentioned, deals damage based on the level, so it's again a hit or miss. I think in total, all the Ghastly Pokemon, or evolutions, only learn like 6, maybe 7 moves total, tops. Hypnosis and I think Dream Eater are the only 2 that it can... I think are the ones it can learn, and there might be another one I might have missed. But either way, we need this thing to evolve, so we're going to put it into position 1, and then we're going to start fighting trainers. Cass says, hashtag the Ghastly new, and yep, it evolves at 25, correct. I thought I remembered that one right. Now, I mentioned earlier, I mentioned just now that it's sort of implied, or that there's the theory that we defeated the Raticate so hard that Gary had to... Oh, sorry, Bob Ross had to bury it. There's also the implication that because every trainer here only has Ghastly and they're all acting weird and they go back to normal after the fact, that they're all being possessed by Ghastly. Yeah, I'm immune to ghost moves, buddy. I think some of them use Haunter, which is the evolution. Kaz says Hypnosis and Dream Eater are the only moves learned by level up. Yeah, I thought so. It's kind of funny. Dream Eater's a psychic move, if I remember right, not a ghost. So at least you get a bit of damage type advantage with that, but not a whole lot. .23 damage on Nightshade. Compared to, yeah, we're not winning that fight easily. Let's switch out to this. Cass says Hypnosis too. Yeah, Hypnosis is psychic as well, but it doesn't deal damage. That's the problem. Nightshade's gonna deal damage to us. But, again, I don't really care. It's always gonna be 23. We can just Confusion. And we'll be okay. Hello, I wish to fight you. Ideally, we managed to level up our Ghastly into a Haunter before we leave this place, but if we don't, it's no biggie. Cass says Ghastly can also learn Mega Drain, Rage, Psychic, Thunderbolt, Thunder, and Rage via TMs. Unfortunately, most of those TMs are going to go to different Pokemon. The... Psychic is actually learned by Alakazam at some point, I'm pretty sure. Psychic, I think, is also learned by Mew, so that one might go to the Ghastly Gengar. Thunderbolt is going on to Car Battery to replace Thundershock. We might also throw Thunder onto them as well, but that might go to Nidoking. And then Rage, they don't get a very good physical attack stat, so I might just not bother with the Rage. But there are different things that we are going to throw on them. Oh good, we're going to go into a Ghastly fight and then into... Oh, that's a Haunter! At level 25 of all things. Well, that means you're going to be a really good experience. Go on, Lick, I dare you. Oh, that's worse. We're gonna go with a Psybeam. What is it, 300 experience? 225? Oh, it's not that much better. Then we have another trainer fight. I think we can hit 25 by the time we leave this place. It's gonna be pretty quick if we don't. Well, we'll hit 25 pretty quickly after if we don't. Because I still need to get to the place where we can pick up EXP ALL once we have 50 Pokemon. Or the Pokédex is 50. Ooh. He's about to use another Ghastly? Who could have guessed? I guess I should also talk more about the Ghost type in general. So in the same way that Ground is immune to Electric and that Psychic is accidentally immune to Ghost, Ghost is immune to, I believe, both Fighting and Normal in Gen 1. It's definitely the case in later gens. I could be dosing you full of potions after this, Alakazam. There's 23, so we need 2 more levels. And I also mentioned earlier that there's a bit of an issue with the way that the game handles its AI when it comes to deciding which moves to do. And Gengar weirdly can exploit this, provided you know roughly what moves are on the other Pokemon. Elixir? Yeah, I guess we could use that. What are you? Oh, I guess we'll find out in a minute. Hello, Ghastly. Just skip through that a little bit because we already know that we're going to win the fight. But that's an awakening? Ugh. What are you? Let's see. Let's get rid of the awakening. HP up? Well, that's straight away going on to our good friend. I don't know how many more of these I can put onto Red Alert. I don't think there's that many more I can use. Okay, we have a level advantage here, so I'm just going to keep using Nightshade again and again. That's not going to hurt us that bad. Lick can paralyze, but it's not very likely. Ooh, I thought that would be just enough. I thought we 1 HP safe. We're going to use Lick. That way Black Flame speeds up just a little bit. You might... No, I don't think you will. I was going to say you might give me enough experience to level up to 24 on the Ghastly, but I don't think we're going to get lucky. You have a 24 Ghastly. Hello? Would you like to see how my local Red Alert man handles this problem? Also, it's funny that I named this stream Tidal Surge and we still haven't fought... Oh, that's... yeah, that's probably solved itself. And we still haven't fought Lieutenant Surge. The last thing we do will be fighting Lieutenant Surge, but... First we need to open up all the things I need to open up. I think this is the floor with the weird pattern in it. Yes, that section by there is sanctified, I think is what they call it, or consecrated. The lady next to us, next to it, will tell us, but when we step onto it, it will full heal my party. Which is also why I'm going to get a bit brazen using Black Flame for the time being. Uh-oh. We cannot take another Nightshade. We can't take a lick either, actually. Oh, we got lucky. Purified Zone. Fully healed. Give me your soul! No, thank you. I need it. It's mine. I've had it since I was born. Get your own... I'm not fighting a Haunter with Black Flame. That's not going to go well. Actually, it will, because I can just use Nightshade 3 times and I'll win. If it uses Nightshade 3 times, it wins. So I guess this is a race of who can Nightshade who first. If it changes to Confuse Ray or Lick, we should be okay. Okay, we should be fine. I need it to... we're not going to risk it. We're not going to risk it with the Confuse Ray. We're going to switch to Barry. Kel says, give me your soul. Chill out, Shang Tsung. I don't think Shang Tsung would really use a Pokemon. I guess Goro can be... Actually, Goro basically is a Machamp even. So maybe he would use Pokemon. Who would... Oh, Barry hit 26. Yeah, no. Goro would be Shang Tsung's Machamp. How long for you to now level? Because it's about 200 experience to fight. We're looking at 5 fights, roughly. Except I'm gonna go this... No, I'm not. Hi, Ghastly. Just gonna Nightshade you twice. Also gonna skip through the Nightshade animation because it is a little bit long. And then I believe it's... I have to fight you and then wait at the level I need... No, the stairs. No. We're on the floor where you need the Sylph Scope to progress. And then we have mandatory fights after that. Hello, level 24 Ghastly. I don't know if mine's faster or not. Let's find out. I am faster. Now, do I think I'm going to two-shot you, or is it going to be 3? Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to win either way. Come on, Black Flame. Take out that Ghastly. Well, it's level-based. It's fine. Lick it. I don't know how you lick a gas ghost, but you managed it somehow. 487 experience. Thank you so much. You, I have to fight, then I have to get that item, I think. Actually, do I? Okay, you won't be able to fight this gas. It's 24, which is a shame. But we might have a bit of a different option for dealing with you. Ta-da! I have to pick up the item. There's my 3rd rare candy. I guess I could just rare candy Black Flame, but that feels a bit cheaty. Besides, we're near the end of this anyway, we might as well just keep going with this. There's the stairs. Do I need to worry about the fights we're about to do? I don't think I do. Because worst case, we just keep using the Alakazam. Well, we are going to use the Alakazam for all the fights coming up, but we should be okay. So if you don't have the Sylph Scope when you get to this part, you will have no idea how to identify this ghost, but because we have it, we can find out that it is actually not that shape, it is a Marowak. I don't know if you can capture this Marowak, and I don't intend to find out, but you can see it's level 30, it's a bit of a roadblock for us. It has ground moves, which are going to be super effective against the poison, so we're not going to use you. In fact, it has ground moves that's super effective against most of the things we have that aren't Red Alert or Truck. And we're just going to Psybeam. It might not take it out. Oh, it does. We got lucky with a crit. Black Flame is now going to evolve. And this now means I can put Red Alert back in position 1. But yeah, I don't particularly want to see if I can catch that Marowak because we already have a Cubone. So we'll get a Marowak anyway at some point. It was the restless soul of Cubone's mother. The mother's soul has calmed. It's departed to the afterlife. I don't think any other game outright explicitly says that something is dead and is haunting something. There's like allusions to that being the idea, but this I think is the only game where it outright says, hey look, this is a tower. Actually, I say this. There's a similar sort of grave thing in Pokemon Gen 3. But I don't think there was in your face about the whole, like, yeah, it's dead, it's the dead spirit of a... It's the spirit of a dead Pokemon. Okay, Alakazam, I need you to defeat everything in my way. And then I'm going to give you an elixir, and then we're going to keep on going. Alright. We have a few Team Rockets to beat. About to send another Zubat. You know what, if he's going to keep sending Zubats, let's change out to Car Battery. I think Car Battery has been the Pokemon that's been in the party the longest that isn't the starting Pokemon. Ooh, that's not good. That's okay. Car Battery should be big enough that we should not... Oh yeah, clear the confusion. I was about to say, I really hope we get level 27 so that we don't have to worry about not one-shotting a Zubat again. A Golbat! Ooh. The evolved Zubat. Look at that really freaky design it has going on. I'm gonna Thunder Shock it. Look at the difference that evolution makes. We almost one-shot a Zubat at 25, but a Golbat 2 hits. It'll be 2 hits even if it didn't crit. Yeah, you walk away. Defeated and pathetic. Yeah, we can bank on confusion for this. I mean, Coughing doesn't have amazing stats as it is. Wow, Red Alert just keeps on getting more powerful. He now wants to learn Recover. Yeah, I need you to get rid of Disable. So, Recover is a move where you recover, as the name implies. You gain half your max health back. You thought that Alakazam was obnoxious already, being as fast as it is with as much damage as it does? Yeah, the thing can also heal itself and doesn't have to go to sleep to do it. We have a Drowsy coming out. I'm actually going to change out to Barry, and we're just going to do what we did last time, which is Rage, and then see where we go. Because we've also seen that while we're asleep, we still build up the attack stat. The problem is we need to actually survive long enough to wake up to maximize that. Every time I try to use Disable, we're going to build up more Rage, and I'm not quite sure why. Barry, wake up, please. Oh, that confusion hits way harder than Headbutt. Are you just going to be asleep for like the full 7 turns? Really? It's too late, Barry. This is what I get for not just sticking with my idea of we're just going to stick with Alakazam and plow through everything. It's going to do nothing. 5 damage. Headbutt would be better for you against this guy. Yeah, I don't really care about what you have to say. You lost. Are you the last? I think you might be the last one I have to fight. I don't think you carry anything nasty, and even if you do, I have an Alakazam, so... Hello, Zubat. We're just gonna play it safe. We're gonna Zubat our whole way... we're gonna Zubat our whole way... We're gonna Confusion and Alakazam our whole way through. About to use Rattata? Yeah, that's okay. Psybeam. Now, I mentioned earlier that normal and fighting can't hit Ghost. If I wanted to be really safe here, we could have switched over to Black Flame, but I don't think Ghost can hit normal. So, we'd need a different type move for that one, which would, for example, be Psychic. He says don't fight the Rockets, but I haven't lost against a single person from Team Rocket yet. We got close to losing in Mount Moon. Okay, let's use the elixir. Hello, I've come to save you. Please give me a flute. He came here to try to appease Marowak's spirit, but he... That was on the stairway, my guy. What are you doing by here? And then he takes us all the way down here. We talk to him again. He'll give me a flute. My Pokédex quest might fail without the love for my Pokemon. Here we get a flute. Upon hearing the flute, sleeping Pokemon will spring awake. Works on all sleeping Pokemon. The reason they keep emphasizing sleeping Pokemon is because there's a thing I haven't shown, which is Snorlax. Snorlax is currently blocking our way to getting a lot of fun little things. But once we can wake one up, we can keep going. And I mentioned there was going to be a time when we go back to Vermilion. It'll be when we sort of loop back around. It's when we wake up the Snorlax. But first though, I need to break the aspect ratio again and confuse a lot of people. We're going to want to do, and then we're going to talk to you, and then I'm going to fire open this. And then it's going to go over to this. Get ready to hear two things at once again. Oh, never mind. I have actually muted window 2. Completely. So, I need to continue that, and then now we're here. We go back to Hugh. Welcome to the Cable Club. Please apply here. Save that. Please apply here. Before opening the link, we have to save the game. Do that. We would like to go to the Trade Center, please. Please wait. Okay, we're gonna trade out the Haunter, and we're gonna trade in the... Oh, we're not gonna see the evolution because of the way we're doing this trade, because I don't have Haunter already on the other one. But we're gonna see Gengar when it trades back, so don't worry. To make up for this, I'm actually gonna trade the Graveler in now. Actually, I could trade the Ivysaur in, just to fill up the Pokédex a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna trade the Ivysaur in. And away they go. I don't know why, but I always found the trade music a little bit, tense. It feels like it's building tension. And not in a sort of like, oh, what are you gonna get sort of way. It's more like a dreading tension. Okay, now I need to wait for the evolution to happen on the other screen. And that's now a Gengar, so now we have to trade it back across. And then trade. So this now brings us to, I believe, 44 Pokédex. I say, there are other things we can do to bump that number up again. For example, Growlithe, we can hit that with a Firestone, that'll bring me to 45. There are also some other Pokemon we haven't evolved yet. For example, Spearow hasn't evolved, Pidgey hasn't evolved into Pidgeotto or Pidgeot. The Magikarp hasn't evolved into Gyarados. I don't think there's any Pokemon wild grass-wise that we're missing. We also could go get a Diglett. What I'm saying is it's very feasible we can get the 50 Pokemon pretty quickly. Cass says, my boy, Gengar! Yeah, we have Gengar. We have a Gengar. The Like Flame is now Gengar, and is fortunately going to get boxed until we find a... until we find the TMs I want for it. Reset that. Close that. And then... behold Black Flame with a very nice health stat. Speed 64, Special 78. I realize that you are 6 levels higher, but I'm going to look at Red Alert to sort of show the difference here. Speed 90, Special 99. and with a much better moveset. Unfortunately, Black Flame never stood a chance. Which box are we on? I didn't want to change the box 1. I want to change the box 12, because that's where I'm going to put all the really fun, useful Pokemon. We don't want to withdraw, we want to deposit Black Flame into the box. Patrick we could level up, Boney M we could level up, Beach we have leveled up. But there isn't anyone here we need right now. Actually, I want Boney M. I do want to evolve you. Let's also think about... let's go all the way back to box 1. And we're going to withdraw Dwayne. Because this is a Geodude and we probably should have been doing this sooner. But Gravelers, I think, at 25 as well. Boney M could go up front. And then we're going to go south. There's a few reasons as to why I want to go this way first. The main one being there should be a house. It's not going to be here, it's going to be after we head further south. But there should be a house that will give me another type of rod. And also, if we step up here, you give me Swift, I think. Which, debatably, I could give straight away to the Gengar, but... oops. Which TM is this? Bide? I'm actually going to get rid of Bide. Swift is a very, very weirdly coded move. I'm going to double check that is Swift. Basically, in the same way as you can use X accuracy to make it so all moves always hit, Swift always hits, but in a weird way, in that it can never miss, it can never not hit. We haven't seen it used yet, but there are a few moves like Dig, which we received early on, that allow a Pokemon to... it takes 2 turns, but for the first turn it is invulnerable. Oh, sorry, it cannot be hit. The key part of it cannot be hit is ignored by Swift. I just realized I put Cubone up front and we're about to fight a bunch of water types, so... go me. Ads arriving in about 55 seconds. We won't wake up the sleeping Pokemon, but we probably will go ahead and get the Rod and then just catch a few new Pokemon. Goldeen by here means we're going to be switching out to... the very friendly, cuddly car battery. Poliwag, Poliwrath, Poliwhirl, a Pokemon we haven't seen yet, but that's the whole evolution line. They're fine. I don't really have an opinion either way on them. They are pretty nice in that they learn Hypnosis. But they're fine. I think they also learn fighting moves, and in Gen 2 you have the elemental punches, which they can pick up as well, so they can be very adaptable. It's just, we're in Gen 1, so they're fine. Where is the... oh yeah, this is another trainer we can do the trick with. So we're going to leave that one alone for the time being. I kind of do want to level up, but I also want to go get the... you know what? The ads arrived. We can't really grind. We are going to fight the trainers. At least we're going to fight this one. And then... Oh, I might not be able to get to the rod because I might need to get past the sleeping Pokemon to do it. That's the problem. Okay. We'll get down there. We'll probably look at the Pokédex then. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be so nice when we eventually get a better electric move. If we didn't skip Surge, we would have that, but getting great mileage out of Thundershock as it is. Pokemon Yellow, I guess I could talk about that during the ad break. Pokemon Yellow has you start with a Pikachu, but because it tries to follow the anime, it also makes it so you can't evolve the Pikachu, which is a giant... Yeah, there's the problem. Not being able to evolve the Pikachu is actually a bit of an issue, a really huge issue, really, because it means that Pikachu is going to fall off pretty quick. Now, they did completely retool a lot of the moveset learning progression for quite a few Pokemon. For example, they gave more moves to Pikachu and also made it so some moves come online sooner. But none of that matters if the baseline stats of the Pikachu are just worse than Raichu. And most of the good moves that Pikachu can learn in Yellow, Raichu can also learn anyway through things like TM. So really, the Pikachu in Yellow is actually a hindrance. I want to say starting around the point where you can actually get the Thunderstone to evolve it. Because, like the anime, the Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow actually refuses to evolve. We have we had an Ivysaur something. We have 46, that's quite nice. 47 when we evolve the Cubone. We can also... What else can we evolve? Oh right, we need to work on the Geodude, which is going to take a while, but... Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Marowak, that's 3, brings me to 49. We then just need to catch some water Pokemon. The rod we're going to be getting, I'm pretty sure allows me to get 2 or 3 water Pokemon from here. So we might actually be in the 50 range now. Because the ads have finished, it is time, my friends. We are going to be capturing a Pokemon. It is this sleeping guy over by here. And we're just going to wake it up. I mentioned earlier, way earlier in the stream, there are only a handful of Pokemon that can beat an Alakazam if they're queued up right. Snorlax here is one of those Pokemon. It's got enough bulk behind it, enough durability that it can sort of weather the storm of psychic attacks to use counter to hopefully take out Alakazam. I think there's another Pokemon that's better for it. But Snorlax is a pretty good Pokemon on the whole. We're going to switch over to... We might actually switch... Yeah, we're going to switch to Red Alert. We're going to weaken it. There's a really weird way I want to handle this. We need to injure it so it can use rest, so then it can go to sleep, so then we can get a better chance to capture it. But I'm pretty sure it has a move called Sleep Talk, which allows it to attack in its sleep. But don't worry too much about it. Basically, we're going to use Red Alert to weaken this down. It's now gone to sleep, so we have a good chance to capture it now if we want to. I'm going to put a safety save here. We're going to switch to using a Psybeam to reduce its health. Then, assuming it doesn't immediately wake up, we're going to throw a Great Ball. I already know what I'm going to call the Snorlax. We didn't get it, despite the fact it's asleep. That's okay, we'll keep throwing Great Balls, because if it rests, it'll go to sleep again. Doesn't matter, got it anyway. I'm going to call this thing Beanbag. because it always reminded me as a kid of a beanbag, and I think you can actually buy Snorlax beanbags. Very lazy, just eats and sleeps. As its rotund bulk builds, becomes steadily more slothful. Give it a name? Yeah, beanbag. That's Beb. That's an A. Beanbag. Now we just keep on going south. Okay. I was hoping you wouldn't see me there, but that's okay. That house is the one that gives me a rod. I don't know if it's the good or the super rod. The super rod might be in the town we're heading towards. Oh, hey, Voltorb. I probably shouldn't hit you with Cubone. Yeah, I'm just gonna play it safe. Obviously, now that we can get past Snorlax, there's gonna be a big jump in level. You can see we're now fighting level 29s. Which is, again, gonna be really helpful for me when I get the EXP ALL and we're trying to level everything up and then off-screen a bunch of the grind. Because we're able to then just rip through everything like this. Let's use Electrode. That's the evolved form, English is difficult, of Voltorb. And this thing knows it self-destruct, so we need to be... do I send out Red Alert? Yes. Because if we send out the Raichu and it does self-destruct, then we lose... Wow. Then we would have lost the ability to deal with water Pokemon as easily. It didn't even take you out with a self-destruct. There is a more powerful form of self-destruct called Explosion. I don't know if Electrode learns that one. Rod. Super Rod. Wait, so where's the good Rod then? Also, we're still in the weird, like, resolution, but give me a second. I want to double check what the good Rod is. Did I skip over the good Rod? No, the good Rod is found later on. Why'd you get the super Rod earlier than the good Rod? That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, while we're here, I need to go to find our route. We're on... We're on Route 12. What Pokemon can I catch? With the good Rod, we can get a few things here, actually. We can get 2 new Pokemon. Let's do it. We're going to shift the potion down. Oh, no, we have a Super Rod. We can actually catch all the Pokemon I want here. So with the Super Rod, we're looking at getting... The Super Rod still has a chance of getting a Magikarp, but it does pick up 3 other Pokemon. 2 of them I really like. Time to fish. Is this the one we have to time the button press? Or do you just wait? I can't remember. Oh hey, it's one of the ones I wanted right out the gate. Hello, Krabby. I'm gonna switch over to car battery, and we're gonna paralyze you and just start throwing balls. Now, I know I mentioned earlier that Ghastly, Gengar, Haunter aren't that great in Gen 1, but when it comes to catching Pokemon, they can actually be really useful. Nightshade being you know, level damage means you know exactly how much it's dealing. Hypnosis with the ability to put people to sleep. Gengar might be our go-to catch option. Or Pokemon we use for catching things. I'm gonna throw a Great Ball at you and hope it catches. Its pincers are not only powerful weapons, they are used for balance when walking sideways. I want to give it a name, it's really boring. It does sort of match the, I guess, theme we have a little bit for water Pokemon. I say theme, we've only ever done this with one other Pokemon, but we're going to call this Mr. Krabs. Which now brings me to 48, and we're going to catch 2 more water Pokemon, hopefully. Brings me to 50. Please don't be a Magikarp. Please be one of the others. I asked you very politely. I like the idea that I'm going to... If we catch a Magikarp, we're just going to beat it with a Bone Club and then immediately catch again. Okay, no, this is just casting random luck. Okay. Now, we have seen the other 2 Pokemon we could get with the Super Rod. At least if I've read the chart right. There's one of them. Hello, Goldeen. The other one is Tentacool. Now, Krabby is very nice. Krabby is very, very nice. Krabby... I think Guillotine is in this game. Guillotine is another one of those one-hit kill, sorry, knockout moves that has a 30% hit chance unless you use X accuracy. But it has good stats anyway. It's a actually pretty defensive Pokemon. It hasn't got a great amount of speed, which sort of makes sense. It's a crab. It does have an evolution. And I like it. They're easier to find in Gen 2, but we won't worry about that. Goldeen also has an evolution. I don't particularly care, but we'll be getting it just for completion reason. I'm just going to call you Fish. Short, simple, straight to the point. It's a fish. Now I just need my last one. Although, we could just get that when we surf. Since Pokemon 50 would end up being our Marowak. Yeah, we'll just keep going. Do I want to keep going? No, I actually want Fly. Which means going all the way around. Fly is... We could have got Fly earlier, but obviously I'm worried about inventory space. Just gonna dip into here. Is this the level... the 30 Pokemon guy? Oxade, if you've caught 30 Pokemon of a type, it's supposed to give me an item finder. Have I caught these 30 kinds of Pokemon? No. I don't want an item finder. So we need to keep going south to get to the EXP ALL. As I say, Fly is over in Celadon City. It's to the west. You would run into another Snorlax, but if you use Cut, you can instead go to a house and you get Fly. But in order to use Fly, you need to have Surge's badge, so we wouldn't be able to use Fly, which is why we haven't gone that way. We're gonna cut this, just... I don't want to fight trainers, that's the problem. Because again, I'd like to be able to keep them open in case we need to do tricks. I don't know what grass Pokemon are available here, but we're just gonna walk around. And then gonna tab out. We're on, what is it, 12? Yeah, we're on 12. Which is where we can find Pidgey, Oddish, Gloom, Venonat. Okay, we can get another Pokemon here. Oh right, ground immunity is... Flying type have ground immunity in Gen 1. They're super... The rock is what they're weak to. I couldn't remember if it was their... Oh yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone. That makes sense. I always forget about that. Please stop hitting my Raichu. Do you reckon the voltage of the car battery has gone up now there's a Raichu? Did we go from like a 12-volt battery to a 24? That's barely any experience. I guess we're kind of here for Venonat more than we are anything else. Not a Venonat. I hate you. Yeah, that's not gonna work again, is it? I wish we had a more powerful fire move than Ember. It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. Unfortunately, we won't get a better fire move for a while. I think we have to... We might even end up evolving before that happens. Come on, Venonat. Still not a Venonat. I might as well keep switching into Barret at this point because it can't get sleeked, it can't get poisoned, it can only be paralyzed. Which basically is a waste of its turn. Yeah, see? Okay, weirdly the paralysis is protecting Barrier from worse situations, so I guess being paralyzed isn't too bad. Really? Is it really just gonna sit there and keep using Powder Attack? I guess Absorb wouldn't really do anything. Come on. I would like a Venonat. And I'm gonna give it a really generic nickname. And by really generic, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people... Actually, that might be completely wrong. I really think it would be a common nickname given to Venonat, but I might be completely wrong. The nickname I'm going to give it is based off of what I know it evolves into, which should probably give away maybe what it is we're going to go with. I'm going to waste an Ember here, but it's okay. I wasted 2. 3. I think you lose the PP for a move anyway if you get paralyzed when you try to use it. I might be wrong. What is the Venonat appearance rate? 20%, you say? 20? Are you lying to me? Are you lying, game? In this economy? I'm just gonna run. Because it's most likely gonna whirlwind us if we try to switch out anyway. You know what? I'm just gonna keep... actually, I probably should fight, because we need to evolve the Marowak. Evolve into Marowak. I'm gonna double check I'm on the right route. Yes, I am. I guess I'm just getting really unlucky. Unfortunately, the speed stat isn't high enough for us to guarantee an escape. Thank you for the whirlwind. This 20% catch rate, sorry, appearance rate is looking really suspect right about now. Let's speed this up just a bit. Oh good, we got a burn, which means it should only be 2 embers. Oh, it used absorb, so maybe it's... oh, it will be 2. We're okay. Bodhi M is now level 20. Come on. How am I having more trouble trying to find a Venonat than I am anything else? Ta-da! Where are you? Where are you, you silly little bug? Show me! That's not a bug. That's the thing that eats bugs. I don't need that. I'm surprised you're not even a Pidgeotto. I'm... like... a Pidgey at level 25 here is... crazy. Guess if we don't get Whirlwinded out, we can still get the experience for it. I'm starting to wonder if it really can get a Venonat here. Oh hey, we can get a few levels at least. I haven't misread this at all, have I? Yeah, because Route 13 is one with all the really weird fences. Which, debatably, we can still get the Venonat down there. Oh, and then we also run into another Pokemon, but I don't want to run into that one there. Okay, we're going to keep making progress towards where we need the 50th Pokemon. Because it looks like we can run into Venonat, and then there's one Pokemon on the way that's 5%, which I do remember being a bit of a pain to try and capture. And also, there are going to be mandatory trainer fights we have to do, so we might as well keep going that way. Oh, I should also probably heal up Car Battery before we keep going. Give it a Hyper Potion. Good old 50? Oh, no, Hyper might be more. Hyper might be 100. I don't know. Super is the 50, I think. Okay, we'll avoid you. Can't avoid you, so I don't know who you are. Birds. Yeah, we're gonna fight birds. More birds, great. Well, if it uses Whirlwind, we don't really care, but we're also gonna get more experience here. Don't you hate when you're sat comfortable, your leg's gone dead, you move it, and then suddenly your leg decides, actually, you should be in agony now. Ah, Pidgeotto. Finally. Good experience. Shouldn't that be a Pidgeot? Or am I getting the level on that one wrong? Ooh, now we're gonna run into an issue. Well, it has Whirlwind, so it could still waste its turn. But now we're going to run into that lovely thing of, we're going to keep on missing. Thank you. Thank you for not missing again. Huge experience increase when we fight Pidgeotto. I don't know what you carry, but we have to fight you. Five Pokemon. Oh, good. More Pidgeys. We might be eating a lot of sand attacks here, I think. Oh, a Meowth. Thank you for changing it up so it doesn't have to be another Pidgey. Meowth being blue exclusive is a bit of a shame because Meowth has a unique move called Payday that is... you hit an enemy and they drop money. I don't know who we should switch to. I guess Red Alert, but we'll need to use Recovery on Red Alert. Ooh, weakening Red Alert a bit there. Use Recovery, gain most of my health back. There's Payday. And then just take it out immediately. If you wanted to, and you had a Meowth, or it's an Evolution Persian, you could farm money just by using Payday on different things. But we don't need to worry about that too much. Rattata, we could probably stick with Boney M on this, but I think the level difference is going to be too... the level difference might not be too bad. The only thing we have to worry about is a Hyper Fang. Oh good, it's not going to crit. Mainly because the thing's unconscious. Pikachu? Oh, this is gonna get funny. Oh no, it doesn't work because Boney M is a ground type. There goes the Pikachu. About to use another Meowth. I'm actually gonna leave Boney M out because honestly, Boney M can handle the rest of this. As long as you don't miss. What did I just say? Don't get flinched either. Stop missing, please. That's okay, just don't miss. Just don't miss. Thank you. Well, that should have helped accelerate Boney M. We picked up the money off the ground. How nice. How far away? Like 2 fights? 1 fight from 22. I think you learned Bone Meringue at 22. I don't remember the right way through this maze. But again, we want to avoid trainer fights for, you know... I've said it before, I'll say it again. People are going to get annoyed with me saying it again and again. But we want to try to maintain as many trainers as possible. I think I have to fight you. But let's go around just to be sure. I'm gonna have to fight this one over to the left. I'm gonna have to fight somebody. Oh, we are okay on that one. Is it this way? Okay, that's an item down there. This is the way out. This is the way out. That grass there we can't access because we have to do a bunch of fights for it. No, not even that. Yeah, I think it is fights, actually. Let's see. That's not the one that knows that's cut. We did avoid the fights. Come on, Venonat. Go on. Be Venonat or the 5% when I walk straight in. That's a Pidgey again. Everyone hates Zubat for being common and annoying and all over the place. I'm trying to find anything that isn't a Pokemon on Route 1, and right now we just keep running into the same Pidgey again and again. or Oddish, which arguably I hate more. By the way, we also didn't do the gym over in Celadon. But don't worry about that. There you are. I'm going to... what? We're just gonna shock you. Got lucky on that one. Didn't get lucky on that one. I'm gonna put safety saves in here, and then we're going to go for a quick attack. Crit, and we still didn't take out more than half its health. Go for another hit, please don't crit. It's good enough. Yeah, you could disable whatever you want to. This is the part where I start throwing great balls. Come on, give me a Venonat. We got the Venonat. Which also means we now have Pokédex 50, which means we can go get the item I want. And we don't have to rely on the Marowak. And as I said, I'm going to give it a nickname. I think it's probably a really common one. We didn't give it to the Butterfree earlier because that's a butterfly. We didn't give it to the Caterpie because it turns into a butterfly. This, however, will turn into a moth, so... really generic, common nickname, probably. Beld, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. I'll give you a shout-out. Yeah, we look at the Pokemon list here. I'll give you a quick shout-out. Beld says, Pikachu is car battery? Actually, it's a Raichu, my guy. Yeah, we threw a stone at it. It's been called car battery this whole time. Same as my... Oh! That's okay. We've cleared all the fights on the way here. I know what I'm doing. We kind of need to heal up as it is anyway. Yeah, we just have to... we can ride the bike. It'll speed this up a bit. Or we could go fight Surge. No. Red alert here. Well, we have... the Mew called Truck. We also have an Alakazam called Red Alert. Dwayne is a Geodude. Boney M is a Cubone, and eventually a Marowak. Bicycle, please, because we need to go fast. Yes, I am speed. I need to now not run into trainers I've avoided. That's gonna be the fun part. Except now we get taken off the bike because you can't ride through in buildings, not until the second gen. You, I think I go all the way to the left. Damn. It's fine, we still have the guy we can use for the trick by Nugget Bridge. We don't have to worry too much about this. Beld was playing Look Outside, which is a really fun-looking RPG Maker game based on the idea of trying to get through a apartment building with weird, spooky, otherworldly stuff happening outside that you're not allowed to see, or else you lose the game. Belt says, Marwol, we have gross American stuff to do today. Is there some sort of celebration that I haven't heard about? Ever since I gave you the stone, you've started hitting yourself in confusion. I really probably should go fight Surge. Belt says no, but they have a Taco Bell Baja Blast pie to eat on stream, and it's gonna be... What is... What? You got like some sort of weird cheesecake thing to eat? It is Baja Blast? Sounds disgusting. About to use a Goldeen. Unfortunately, we do have to switch. I might get sent back to the Poke Center pretty quick. Actually, We might be okay. We'll take a hit. I think we can take the Goldie now. Just don't confuse me, please. I think we take a Goldie in one. We can. Belt toss is going to be awful. Yeah, son, it does. It's content. Why have you got to do the Baja Blast pie? Like, is it a forfeit for something? I'm forgetting where all the trainers are, and that's a really bad thing to do. Okay, so far. I might put a safety save in so we don't burn any more trainers. Okay, this is where we fought the Snorlax. That's fine. This is where I thought we were before. Then we're gonna go this way. And then we're gonna go all the way over to this side, and then, see, then we go around that guy. Then we go all the way here. Now we're basically back where we were. We can avoid you, we avoid you. Then I need to up one, carefully go, no. I made that mistake last time, we can avoid it now. Up, 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 up. Tap carefully, there we go. Skip that guy. And then it's down again. Okay, we're in the clear, we're gonna safety save here. I'm pretty sure I need to cut through the tree here to be able to get to another area later. And then I think... Oh no, never mind. You don't need to cut that tree. It's this tree we need to cut. Which gets me the grass and also bypasses all of the... It doesn't give me the grass. Does it bypass the trainers? Doesn't even do that one. My memory is amazing. Oh well, we'll take you out. Belt says, okay, so their understanding is it is not an advertised except online one-day promotion thing from 2 days ago, and only certain stores got it. It was like 12 to 24 each, so they're long gone. But they live in small bump nowhere, which can be good for finding limited time things. So they called the nearest one, they're like, yeah, we got a few in the freezer, so they rushed over to get... So it's like a rare thing. It's not even like a... like... We're promoting for like a month. Oh my god, that's over 33. Red alert, I'm gonna need you right now. But like, 1 day of Baja Blast Pie? Why? Oh, it's gonna evade. Oh well, Psybeam. Why would you sit there as a company and go, you know what would be really funny to do is to make a pie that is only going to be sold for a day? Uh-oh. Oh, it would, wouldn't it? So my accuracy's fallen, and it also has higher evasion, but it's fine, we can still get lucky. This is why I hate Clefairy. Thank you. You said trade? I ain't gonna trade you. I'm just gonna stick to the top. Oh right, I get a move. TM20. Which one are you? Rage. Yeah, that sums up my feeling. I'm actually gonna give Rage to... Dwayne. Don't I run into, like, Rhyhorn? Who cares about Rhyhorn? I am in such a weird place, progression-wise, in this game. We did it all in the name of getting a hold of you, which is the only one that matters. I've caught 50 kinds of Pokemon for sure. Give me the EXP ALL. Thank you. So the way this works, as he said, is that as long as this is in our inventory, all experience is now shared across all Pokemon. Which is really funny, because now it means I don't need to have, say, Boney M in position 1. We can now just leave Red Alert in position 1. Red Alert now gets, I think, half experience, and that half is then divided across all remaining Pokemon. Meaning, Red Alert is going to power level my Pokemon to the nth degree. Now... we're gonna warp all the way back. This is also why I did put Dwayne in position 1 and why we focused more on the Cubone. Even though I'm going to use Cubone in a really funny way. Bell says it was a one-day event still, yeah, because America's fear of missing out. They're good till June 2026. They're probably eBay for like $500 in a month. I'm more concerned at the fact that it stays good for, like, next year. How is it staying good for that long? What have they put in it? They probably, like, zap that thing with uranium. I don't know if I trust that. Speaking of things I don't trust, we are going to... we're gonna bike our way towards Vermillion, and then we're just going to carve a path, hopefully avoiding trainers. Oh, I could go this way to get to Vermillion, and then we definitely don't have to worry about trainers again. Because we know who we fought and we know the way through. The only issue then is, as I say, just evolving and leveling up. But what I mean by I'm going to use Cubone in a very funny way, Surge is an electric gym. Now, we could use Nidoking, Nidoqueen to invalidate that whole gym. We could also, if we didn't have those Pokemon, use Geodude or Graveler. What I'm instead going to do is use the Cubone, we use the memory access trick to get, and just have it solo the gym, because it has a ground-type move. The other thing that makes Surge an absolute joke of it... Why am I going this way? I need to go to the bottom. The other thing that makes Surge an absolute joke of a gym is that Surge also has the Diglett Cave nearby. So if you didn't have a ground Pokemon already and you wanted a really good ground Pokemon... I don't need to cut. I need to... You know, I'm just going to walk. You could just grab a Diglett and it would solo the gym as well. Surge is the easiest gym by far. Going to do one fight quickly just to see how the experience, if the experience shared does divide how, also if EXP ALL does divide up how I think it does. Get melted, nerd. Oh no, it moved quick attack. Oh no, 3 health. Belt says the Best Buy date also bothered them too. I'm not surprised. 7 XP, this is going to take a while. Okay, so it does take about half and divide it across all of them. Good to know. Alright, Truck, I need you to cut this. We need to clear this gym, and then that is it for the stream. So the gym has a bit of an annoying mechanic where all these garbage trash things have a button in them, maybe. There's only trash here, there's only trash here. If you find the button, it is then in an adjacent trash can. So it's always better to do, like, the groups rather than the corners, although I guess you could also do corners. There's only trash here. If we don't find the button here either. If you fight the trainers, they tell you about this mechanic as well. I guess we could fight them. Slow Brother, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Welcome to what happens when a Cubone is introduced to a gym full of electric people. Electric Pokemon even, they're not even electric people. That Pikachu is going to be level 21, and I left Red Alert in position 1. This is even funnier. Melt its brain. The Cubone is not level 32. The Cubone is level something else. This is going to take a hot minute to get through. About to send out another Pikachu. Yeah, well, I'm going to send out Boney M. I have just sort of lengthened how long every fight's going to take, but genuinely this is going to save me a lot of time off stream, because now I can just throw all the weak Pokemon in, bring a Red Alert somewhere, and just absolutely trash the environment. Set up double locks. Here's a hint. When you open the first lock, the second lock is right next to it. There's only trash in this one. It's got to be in these last set then, but I don't think it places the other button until you've found the first one. See, I'm pretty sure we checked this one and then it said nothing and then we found it. We're gonna fight these last trainers anyway before we fight Surge. Slow Brother says bring Gen 1 Pikachu back. I really do prefer the design of the chubby little Pikachu rather than the weird oblong shape, well not even that, cylindrical shape it takes later on. Hi Voltorb. Smart move Voltorb. Counterpoint, you're gonna bash your brains in with this thigh bone. I might speed through that bit using the turbo button. Oh no, we missed? Oh no, it missed? Okay, good. Hit it again. Hooray! Who would have guessed? Alright, we're just gonna... Let's use a Voltorb? What a shame. What the hell this one's gonna go? He landed a hit. And we didn't. Yeah, that's nice. Get ready! Oh, Pony M evolved, leveled up even. The Geodude learned a Rock Throw. And now we got the last trainer before we fight. Just occurred to me we could have used these guys as well for the memory thing, but I actually want to clear out gyms properly rather than just one by one. Hello, that's a very cute Pikachu. Look at the design of that other guy. Yeah, good luck. Unfortunately for you, I have a thigh bone. $1,610. And now it's time... Yeah, there's only trash there. Now it's time to fight Surge. We're not gonna live long in combat, that's for sure. I tell you kid, electric Pokemon saved me during the war. They zapped my enemies into paralysis. Yeah, that's right. Lieutenant Surge served in a war and paralyzed human combatants. I love this guy. And he's busting a squat while he does this whole thing. That's a nice Voltorb. Unfortunately, counterpoint, have you seen this really sad guy carrying the bones of its parent? Slow Brother says definitely not a war criminal. Listen, if there was a version of the Hague in Pokemon, I think there'd be a lot of people we'd see there. About to send out the Pikachu. Yeah, well... If you've seen the anime, you also know what the last Pokemon on this list is going to be, and I mentioned Pokemon Yellow earlier and that it tries to change things to follow the anime more. It does change a lot of the gym lineups as well as the gym levels. To the point where, for example, when we fought Giovanni earlier, he didn't have Persian, which he's seen with a lot in... I'm not going to change Pokemon, I'm just going to show the menu for a second. He's shown with a Persian in the anime, he doesn't have it in the games, but Pokemon Yellow, they change it so he does. Similarly, every time Team Rocket is a thing in an area, we will almost always run into Jesse and James after it. Hello, this is the first thing I've run into that doesn't immediately fall over when its brain gets smashed in. Let's hit it a few more times. Oh no. Oh, my inventory might be full. I might not be able to get the electric move, that's gonna be funny. I'm the real deal. Yeah, I am. Give me the Thunder Badge and all that money. We now move faster. We can now fly outside of combat. Make room in my pack, and he gets upset and turns on the side. TMO1, which one are you? Mega Punch? We're gonna ditch it. Hello, I would like that attack, please. Because that is Thunderbolt. which is going on to the Raichu. Teach it to an electric Pokemon. Do you think I'm dumb? Have you seen how I just handled that? I mean, this is for kids. They're probably not going to know to put it on an electric Pokemon. But also, you're not going to have an electric Pokemon before this point unless you found Pikachu in Viridian Forest, Game Freak. I mean, it would be very funny to put on Truck, but it needs to go on Car Battery because he's not going to learn moves otherwise. Delete a move? Yeah. Get rid of Thunder Shock. Thank you. Just out of interest, how high a level is Dwayne now? Dwayne is now level 10. And it knows Rage. Wait, it doesn't know Rock Throw? Who leveled up and learned a move? I swear someone leveled up and learned a move. It wasn't Truck, I know that much. Was it Red Alert? No. Oh well. Everyone here has been defeated. I guess I could go get the Fly TM before we end. We're gonna go get Fly. And then I'm gonna teach it to... Well, I think we already know who I'm gonna teach it to. Because we don't really have a... We do have flying Pokemon, but I'm not using them. We're gonna teach it to our good friend Truck. Because I find it greatly amusing that we could use a flying truck to get around. Hello, I'm not riding a bicycle. Please don't arrest me. Sucker. Had a bike the whole time. Slow Brother says, Burbless team. Unfortunately, because of the other Pokemon I'd had to level up to be able to match what we have at the moment, we don't have any birds we've kept with us for most of this. I almost went ahead and teleported again like a fool. But now that we have EXP ALL, I can spend time off-stream leveling everything, so then we actually have options and variety and not just alakazam every single fight we get into. It does mean that Truck is going to be sitting in my party for pretty much the whole game though. I don't have an issue with this, but it is a little bit unfortunate. Hello. Goodbye. And give me a... Do I have the... I do, don't I? I do have the inventory space. You give it to me anyway. I found your secret retreat. Don't tell anyone I'm here. While I'm streaming it to at least 7 people, so 7 people know where you live. That's a Gibby Fly. Funny thing. Fly cannot be taught to a Pokemon that we have in our party, technically. It can, however, be taught to it in Pokemon Yellow, because they fixed that oversight. Teach Fly to a Pokemon? Yes, please. Truck. Hello. Truck is trying to learn how to fly. I need you to get rid of Transform. And now with this, I can do the trick that we did to get Mew, Cubone, and Staryu on any trainer that we can use Fly in front of. I now have all the access, and I can go anywhere I want to too, so it's even easier to pick out specific Pokemon. But to show Fly very quickly before we finish, we fly and we go somewhere we've already been. Pallet Town, Viridian, Cerulean, Lavender, Vermillion, Celadon, all of it. Only cities though. Now, where we picked up EXP ALL is the city right at the bottom, Fuchsia City, which I should have set foot into so we could fly there. The goal of next stream is going to be... We're going to get all the badges we're missing, so it's going to be Celadon, then we're going to go to Fuchsia. We're going to do a few things in Fuchsia City, then dip. I'm not going to do Saffron. I'm going to basically do the order that I always played on Game Boy, but as I mentioned earlier, I've never finished this on Game Boy, but... Fuchsia City gives me Surf. Surf then gets me to the bottom left, which is Cinnabar Island, And Cinnabar Island has some very funny things I can do involving memory access violations there. Well, as with using the Mew trick and another trick I mentioned earlier. Also, Fuchsia City is going to give me a lot of new Pokemon for various reasons. So, it's going to be fun. And then we're probably going to get ready to do Saffron in the stream after that. It depends how quickly we get through everything else. But the way this is shaping up, we'll be done in about 2 weeks. Especially if I off-screen a bunch of the grinding will level up. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to save the trade evolutions for stream, but every other Pokemon we've already seen so far that has evolved, I'm just going to power them all through. Debatably, I don't really need to fill out the Pokédex anymore because you don't get anything for more than 50 Pokemon, but I kind of accidentally locked myself into a all Pokemon run, so we're going to get all the Pokemon. Very productive day today.